Chapter 1 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Wever. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 1. The Passing of John Millenborn. I don't know whether there's a law that stops my doing this, Jim, but if there is, you've got to get around it. You're a lawyer and you know the game. You're my pal, and the best pal I've had, Jim, and you'll do it for me." The dying man looked up into the old eyes that were watching him with such compassion, and read their acquiescence. No greater difference could be imagined than existed between the man on the bed and the slim, neat figure who sat by his side. John Millenborn, broad-shouldered, big-featured, a veritable giant in frame, and even in his last days suggesting the enormous strength which had been his in his prime, had been an outdoor man, a man of large voice and large capable hands. James Kitson had been a student from his youth up, and had spent his manhood in musty offices, stuffy courts, surrounded by crackling briefs and calf-bound law books. Yet between these two men, the millionaire shipbuilder and the successful solicitor, utterly different in their tastes and their modes of life, was a friendship deep and true. Strange that death should take the strong and leave the weak, so thought James Kitson as he watched his friend. "I'll do what can be done, John. You leave a great responsibility upon the girl, $1.5 million of money." The sick man nodded. "I get rid of a greater one, Jim. When my father died, he left $100,000 between us, my sister and I. I've turned my share into $1 million, but that is by the way. Because she was a fairly rich girl, and a willful girl, Jim, she broke her heart. Because they knew she had the money, the worst men were attracted to her, and she chose the worst of the worst." He stopped speaking to get his breath. "She married a plausible villain who ruined her, spent every sou, and left her with a mountain of debt and a month-old baby. Poor Grace died, and he married again. I tried to get the baby, but he held it as a hostage. I could never trace the child after it was 2 years old. It was only a month ago I learnt the reason. The man was an international swindler, and was wanted by the police. He was arrested in Paris, and charged in his true name. The name he had married in was false. When he came out of prison he took his own name, and of course the child's name changed too." The lawyer nodded. "You want me to—" "Get the will proved, and begin your search for Oliva Prédeaux. There is no such person. The girl's name you know, and I have told you where she's living. You'll find nobody who knows Oliva Prédeaux. Her father disappeared when she was 6. He's probably dead. And her stepmother brought her up without knowing her relationship to me. Then she died, and the girl has been working ever since she was 15. She is not to be found? Until she's married, watch her, Jim. Spend all the money you wish. Don't influence her unless you see she is getting the wrong kind of man." His voice, which had grown to something of the old strength, suddenly dropped, and the great head rolled sideways on the pillow. Kitson rose and crossed to the door. It opened upon a spacious sitting-room, through the big open windows of which could be seen the broad acres of the Sussex Weald. A man was sitting in the window-seat, chin in hand, looking across to the checkered fields on the slope of the downs. He was a man of 30, with a pointed beard, and he rose as the lawyer stepped quickly into the room. "Anything wrong?" he asked. "I think he has fainted. Will you go to him, doctor?" The young man passed swiftly and noiselessly to the bedside and made a brief examination. From a shelf near the head of the bed he took a hypodermic syringe and filled it from a small bottle. Bearing the patient's side, he slowly injected the drug. He stood for a moment looking at the unconscious man, then came back to the big hall where James Kitson was waiting. "Well?" The doctor shook his head. "'Tis difficult to form a judgment," he said quietly. "His heart is all gone to pieces. Has he a family doctor?" "Not so far as I know. He hated doctors, and never has been ill in his life. I wonder he tolerated you." Dr. Van Heerden smiled. "He couldn't help himself. He was taken ill in the train on the way to this place, and I happened to be a fellow passenger. He asked me to bring him here, and I have been here ever since. It is strange," he added, "that so rich a man as Mr. Millenborn had no servant travelling with him, and should live practically alone in this—well, it is little better than a cottage." Despite his anxiety, James Kitson smiled. "He is the type of man who hates ostentation. I doubt if he ever spent 1,000 a year on himself all his life. Do you think it is wise to leave him?" The doctor spread out his hands. "I can do nothing. He refused to allow me to send for a specialist, and I think he was right. Nothing can be done for him. Still—" He walked back to the bedside, and the lawyer came behind him. John Millenborn seemed to be in an uneasy sleep, and after an examination by the doctor, the two men walked back to the sitting-room. "The excitement has been rather too much for him. I suppose he has been making his will?" "Yes," said Kitson shortly. "I gathered as much when I saw you bring the gardener and the cook in to witness a document," said Dr. Van Heerden. He tapped his teeth with the tips of his fingers, a nervous trick of his. "I wish I had some strychnine," he said suddenly. "I ought to have some by me in case." "Can't you send a servant, or I'll go?" said Kitson. "Is it procurable in the village?" The doctor nodded. "I don't want you to go," he demurred. "I have sent the car to Eastbourne to get a few things I cannot buy here. It is a stiff walk to the village, and yet I doubt whether the chemist would supply the quantity I require to a servant, even with my prescription. You see," he smiled, "I am a stranger here." "I'll go with pleasure. The walk will do me good," said the lawyer energetically. "If there is anything we can do to prolong my poor friend's life—" The doctor sat at the table and wrote his prescription and handed it to the other with an apology. Hill Lodge, John Millenborn's big cottage, stood on the crest of a hill, and the way to the village was steep and long, for Alfriston lay nearly a mile away. Halfway down the slope the path ran through a plantation of young ash. Here John Millenborn had preserved a few pheasants in the early days of his occupancy of the lodge on the hill. As Kitson entered one side of the plantation, he heard a rustling noise, as though somebody were moving through the undergrowth. It was too heavy a noise for a bolting rabbit or a startled bird to make, and he peered into the thick foliage. He was a little near-sighted, and at first he did not see the cause of the commotion. Then— "I suppose I'm trespassing," said a husky voice. A man stepped out toward him. The stranger carried himself with a certain jauntiness, and he had need of what assistance artifice could lend him, for he was singularly unprepossessing. He was a man who might as well have been 60 as 50. His clothes were soiled, torn, and greasy, but of good cut. The shirt was filthy, but it was attached to a frayed collar, and the crumpled cravat was ornamented with a cameo pin. But it was the face which attracted Kitson's attention. There was something inherently evil in that puffed face, in the dull eyes that blinked under the thick black eyebrows. The lips, full and loose, parted in a smile, as the lawyer stepped back to avoid contact with the unsavory visitor. "I suppose I'm trespassing, good gad. Me trespassing. Funny, very funny." He indulged in a hoarse, wheezy laugh, and broke suddenly into a torrent of the foulest language that this hardened lawyer had ever heard. Pardon," he said, stopping suddenly. "Man of the world, eh? You'll understand that when a gentleman has a grievance—" He fumbled in his waistcoat pocket and found a black-rimmed monocle, and inserted it in his eye. There was an obscenity in the appearance of this foul wreck of a man which made the lawyer feel physically sick. Trespassing, by gad! He went back to his first conceit, and his voice rasped with malignity. Gad, if I had my way with people, I'd slit their throats, I would, sir. I'd stick pins in their eyes, red-hot pins. I'd boil them alive. Hitherto the lawyer had not spoken, but now his repulsion got the better of his usually equable temper. "What are you doing here?" he asked sternly. "You're on private property. Take your beastliness elsewhere." The man glared at him and laughed. "Trespassing," he sneered. "Trespassing. Very good. Your servant, sir." He swept his derby hat from his head. The lawyer saw that he was bald, and turning, strutted back through the plantation the way he had come. It was not the way out, and Kitson was half inclined to follow and see the man off the estate. Then he remembered the urgency of his errand, and continued his journey to the village. On his way back he looked about, but there was no trace of the unpleasant intruder. Who was he wondered. Some broken derelict, with nothing but the memory of former vain splendours, and the rags of old fineries, nursing a dear hatred for some more fortunate fellow? Nearly an hour had passed before he again panted up to the levelled shelf on which the cottage stood. The doctor was sitting at the window as Kitson passed. "How is he?" "About the same. He had one paroxysm. Is that the strychnine? I can't tell you how much obliged I am to you." He took the small packet and placed it on the window ledge, and Mr. Kitson passed into the house. "Honestly, doctor, what do you think of his chance?" he asked. Dr. Van Heerden shrugged his shoulders. "Honestly, I do not think he will recover consciousness." Heavens! The lawyer was shocked. The tragic suddenness of it all stunned him. He had thought vaguely that days, even weeks, might pass before the end came. "Not recover consciousness," he repeated in a whisper. Instinctively he was drawn to the room where his friend lay, and the doctor followed him. John Millenborn lay on his back, his eyes closed, his face a ghastly grey. His big hands were clutching at his throat. His shirt was torn open at the breast. The two windows, one at each end of the room, were wide, and a gentle breeze blew the casement curtains. The lawyer stooped, his eyes moist, and laid his hand upon the burning forehead. "John, John," he murmured, and turned away, blinded with tears. He wiped his face with a pocket-handkerchief and walked to the window, staring out at the serene loveliness of the scene. Over the Weald a great aeroplane droned to the sea. The green downs were dappled white with grazing flocks, and beneath the windows the ordered beds blazed and flamed with flowers, crimson and gold and white. As he stood there, the man he had met in the plantation came to his mind, and he was half inclined to speak to the doctor of the incident. But he was in no mood for the description and the speculation which would follow. Restlessly he paced into the bedroom. The sick man had not moved, and again the lawyer returned. He thought of the girl, that girl whose name and relationship with John Millenborn he alone knew. What use would she make of the millions which, all unknown to her, she would soon inherit? What— "Jim! Jim!" He turned swiftly. It was John Millenborn's voice. "Quick, come!" The doctor had leapt into the room and made his way to the bed. Millenborn was sitting up, and as the lawyer moved swiftly into the doctor's tracks, he saw his wide eyes staring. "Jim, he has—" His head dropped forward on his breast, and the doctor lowered him slowly to the pillow. "What is it, John? Speak to me, old man." "I'm afraid there's nothing to be done," said the doctor as he drew up the bedclothes. "Is he dead?" whispered the lawyer fearfully. "No, but—" He beckoned the other into the big room, and after a glance at the motionless figure, Kitson followed. "There's something very strange. Who is that?" He pointed through the open window at the clumsy figure of a man who was blundering wildly down the slope which led to the plantation. Kitson recognized the man immediately. It was the uninvited visitor whom he had met in the plantation. But there was something in the haste of the shabby man, a hint of terror in the wide thrown arms, that made the lawyer forget his tragic environment. "Where has he been?" he asked. "Who is he?" The doctor's face was white and drawn, as though he too sensed some horror in that frantic flight. Kitson walked back to the room where the dying man lay, but was frozen stiff upon the threshold. "Doctor! Doctor!" The doctor followed the eyes of the other. Something was dripping from the bed to the floor, something red and horrible. Kitson set his teeth and, stepping to the bedside, pulled down the coverings. He stepped back with a cry, for from the side of John Millenborn protruded the ivory handle of a knife. End of chapter 1. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 2 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 2. The Drunken Mr. Beale. Dr. Van Heerden's surgery occupied one of the 4 shops which formed the ground floor of the crewman chambers. This edifice had been erected by a wealthy philanthropist to provide small model flats for the professional classes who needed limited accommodation and a good address. They were in the vicinity of Oxford Street, at a moderate rental. Like many philanthropists, the owner had wearied of his hobby and had sold the block to a syndicate, whose management, on more occasions than one, had been the subject of police inquiry. They had then fallen into the hands of an intelligent woman, who had turned out the undesirable tenants, furnished the flats plainly but comfortably, and had let them to tenants who might be described as solvent but honest. Crewman Chambers had gradually rehabilitated itself in the eyes of the neighbourhood. Dr. Van Heerden had had his surgery in the building for 6 years. During the war he was temporarily under suspicion for sympathies with the enemy, but no proof was adduced of his enmity, and though he had undoubtedly been born on the wrong side of the border at Kannenburg, which is the Prussian frontier station on the Rotterdam-Cologne line, his name was undoubtedly Van Heerden, which was Dutch. Change the Van to Von, said the carping critics, and he was a Hun, and undoubtedly Germany was full of Von Heerens and Von Heerdens. The doctor lived down criticism, lived down suspicion, and got together a remunerative practice. He had the largest flat in the building, one room of which was fitted up as a laboratory, for he had a passion for research. The mysterious murder of John Millenborn had given him a certain advertisement which had not been without its advantages. The fact that he had been in attendance on the millionaire had brought him a larger fame. His theories as to how the murder had been committed by some one who had got through the open window whilst the 2 men were out of the room had been generally accepted, for the police had found footmarks on the flower beds, over which the murderer must have passed. They had not, however, traced the seedy-looking personage whom Mr. Kitson had seen. This person had disappeared as mysteriously as he had arrived. 3 months after the murder, the doctor stood on the steps of the broad entrance hall which led to the flats, watching the stream of pedestrians passing. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the streets were alive with shop girls and workers on their way home from business. He smoked a cigarette, and his interest was, perhaps, more apparent than real. He had attended his last surgery case, and the door of the shop, with its sage-green windows, had been locked for the night. His eyes wandered idly to the Oxford Street end of the thoroughfare, and suddenly he started. A girl was walking toward him. At this hour there was very little wheeled traffic, for Lattice Street is almost a cul-de-sac, and she had taken the middle of the road. She was dressed with that effective neatness which brings the wealthy and the work girl to a baffling level. In a blue serge costume of severe cut, a plain white linen coat collar, and a small hat which covered, but did not hide, a mass of hair which, against the slanting sunlight at her back, lent the illusion of a golden nimbus about her head. The eyes were deep-set and wise, with the wisdom which is found alike in those who have suffered and those who have watched suffering. The nose was straight, the lips scarlet and full. You might catalogue every feature of Oliva Cresswell, and yet arrive at no satisfactory explanation for her charm. Not in the clear ivory pallor of complexion did her charm lie, nor in the trim figure with its promising lines, nor in the poise of head, nor pride of carriage, nor in the ready laughter that came to those quiet eyes. In no one particular quality of attraction did she excel. Rather, her charm was the charm of the perfect agglomeration of all those characteristics which men find alluring and challenging. She raised her hand with a free, unaffected gesture, and greeted the doctor with a flashing smile. "Well, Miss Cresswell, I haven't seen you for quite a long time." "2 days," she said solemnly. "But I suppose doctors who know all the secrets of nature have some very special drug to sustain them in trials like that." "Don't be unkind to the profession," he laughed, "and don't be sarcastic to one so young. By the way, I have never asked you, did you get your flat changed?" She shook her head and frowned. "Miss Millet says she cannot move me." "Abominable," he said, and was annoyed. "Did you tell her about Beale?" She nodded vigorously. "I said to her, says I," she had a trick of mimicry, and dropped easily into the southern English accent, "Miss Millet, are you aware that the gentleman who lives opposite to me has been, to my knowledge, consistently drunk for 2 months, ever since he came to live at Crewman's?" "Does he annoy you?" says she. "Drunken people always annoy me," says I. "Mr. Beale arrives home every evening in a condition which I can only describe as deplorable." What did she say? The girl made a little grimace and became serious. "She said if he did not speak to me, or interfere with me, or frighten me, it was none of my business, or something to that effect." She laughed helplessly. "Really, the flat is so wonderful and so cheap that one cannot afford to get out. You don't know how grateful I am to you, doctor, for having got diggings here at all. Miss Millet isn't keen on single young ladies." She sniffed and laughed. "Why do you laugh?" he asked. "I was thinking how queerly you and I met." The circumstances of their meeting had indeed been curious. She was employed as a cashier at one of the great West End stores. He had made some sort of purchase, and made payment in a £5 note which had proved to be counterfeit. It was a sad moment for the girl when the forgery was discovered, for she had to make up the loss from her own pocket, and that was no small matter. Then the miracle had happened. The doctor had arrived full of apologies, had presented his card, and explained. The note was one which she had been keeping as a curiosity. It had been passed on to him, and was such an excellent specimen that he intended having it framed, but it had got mixed up with his other money. "You started by being the villain of the piece, and ended by being my good fairy," she said. I should never have known there was a vacancy here but for you. I should never have been admitted by the proper Miss Millet but for the terror of your name." She dropped her little hand lightly on his shoulder. It was a gesture of good comradeship. She half turned to go when an angry exclamation held her. "What is it? Oh, I see, number 4." She drew a little closer to the doctor's side and watched with narrowing lids the approaching figure. "Why does he do it? Oh, why does he do it?" she demanded impatiently. "How can a man be so weak, so wretchedly weak? There's nothing justifies that." That was apparently trying to walk the opposite curb as though it were a tight-rope. Save for a certain disorder of attire, a protruding necktie and a muddy hat, he was respectable enough. He was young and, under other conditions, passably good-looking, but with his fair hair streaming over his forehead and his hat at the back of his head, he lacked fascination. His attempt, aided by a walking stick used as a balancing pole to keep his equilibrium on 6 inches of curbing, might have been funny to a less sensitive soul than Oliva's. He slipped, recovered himself with a whoop, slipped again, and finally gave up the attempt, crossing the road to his home. He recognized the doctor with a flourish of his hat. "Glorious weather, my Esculapius," he said, with a little slur in his voice, but a merry smile in his eye. "Simply wonderful weather for bacteria trypanosomes, got it, and all the jolly little microbes." He smiled at the doctor blandly, ignoring the other's significant glance at the girl, who had drawn back so that she might not find herself included in the conversation. "I'm going to leave you, doctor," he went on. "Goin' top floor, away from the evil smells of science and fatal lure of beauty. Top floor, jolly stiff climb when a fellow's all lit up like the Hotel Doodle-Dum. Per arduis ad astra, through labour to the stars. Fine motto, flying corps motto, my motto. Good night." Off came his hat again, and he staggered up the broad stone stairs and disappeared round a turn. Later they heard his door slam. "Awful! And yet—" "And yet?" echoed the doctor. "I thought he was funny. I nearly laughed. But how terrible! He's so young, and he has had a decent education." She shook her head sadly. Presently she took leave of the doctor and made her way upstairs. 3 doors opened from the landing, numbers 4, 6, and 8. She glanced a little apprehensively at number 4 as she passed, but there was no sound or sign of the reveller, and she passed into number 6 and closed the door. The accommodation consisted of 2 rooms, a bed and a sitting-room, a bathroom and a tiny kitchen. The rent was remarkably low, less than a quarter of her weekly earnings, and she managed to live comfortably. She lit the gas stove and put on the kettle and began to lay the table. There was a tin of something in the diminutive pantry, a small loaf and a jug of milk, a tomato or 2, and a bottle of dressing. The high tea to which she sat down, a little flushed of the face and quite happy, was seasoned with contempt. She thought of the doctor and accounted herself lucky to have so good a friend. He was so sensible. There was no nonsense about him. He never tried to hold her hand, as the stupid buyers did, nor make clumsy attempts to kiss her, as one of the partners had done. The doctor was different from them all. She could not imagine him sitting by the side of a girl in a bus, pressing her foot with his, or accosting her in the street with a "Haven't we met before?" She ate her meal slowly, reading the evening newspaper, and dreaming at intervals. It was dusk when she had finished, and she switched on the electric light. There was a shilling in the slot meter in the bathroom that acted eccentrically. Sometimes 1 shilling would supply light for a week. At other times, after 2 days, the lights would flicker spasmodically and expire. She remembered that it was a perilous long time since she had bribed the meter, and searched her purse for a shilling. She found that she had half-crowns, florins, and sixpences, but she had no shillings. This, of course, is the chronic condition of all users of slot meters, and she accepted the discovery with the calm of the fatalist. She considered. Should she go out and get change from the obliging tobacconist at the corner, or should she take a chance? "If I don't go out, you will," she said, addressing the light, and it winked ominously. She opened the door and stepped into the passage, and as she did so the lights behind her went out. There was one small lamp on the landing, a plutocratic affair independent of shilling meters. She closed the door behind her and walked to the head of the stairs. As she passed number 4 she noted the door was ajar, and she stopped. She did not wish to risk meeting the drunkard, and she turned back. Then she remembered the doctor. He lived in number 8. Usually when he was at home there was a light in his hall which showed through the fanlight. Now, however, the place was in darkness. She saw a card on the door, and walking closer she read it in the dim light: "Back at 12. Wait." He was out, and evidently expecting a caller, so there was nothing for it but to risk meeting the exuberant Mr. Beale. She flew down the stairs and gained the street with a feeling of relief. The obliging tobacconist, who was loquacious on the subject of Germans and Germany, detained her until her stock of patience was exhausted. But at last she made her escape. Half-way across the street she saw the figure of a man standing in the dark hallway of the chambers, and her heart sank. "Matilda, you're a fool," she said to herself. Her name was not Matilda, but in moments of self-deprecation she was wont to address herself as such. She walked boldly up to the entrance and passed through. The man she saw out of the corner of her eye, but did not recognize. He seemed as little desirous of attracting attention as she. She thought he was rather stout and short, but as to this she was not sure. She raced up the stairs and turned on the landing to her room. The door of number 4 was still ajar, but what was much more important, so was her door. There was no doubt about it. Between the edge of the door and the jamb there was a good 2 inches of space, and she distinctly remembered not only closing it, but also pushing it to make sure that it was fast. What should she do? To her annoyance she felt a cold little feeling inside her, and her hands were trembling. "Rubbish, Matilda!" she scoffed quaveringly. "Go in, you frightened little rabbit. You forgot to shut the door, that's all." She pushed the door open, and with a shiver stepped inside. Then a sound made her stop dead. It was a shuffle and a creak, such as a dog might make if he brushed against the chair. "Who's there?" she demanded. There was no reply. "Who's there?" She took one step forward, and then something reached out at her. A big hand gripped her by the sleeve of her blouse, and she heard a deep breathing. She bit her lips to stop the scream that arose, and with a wrench tore herself free, leaving a portion of a sleeve in the hands of the unknown. She darted backward, slamming the door behind her. In 2 flying strides she was at the door of number 4, hammering with both her fists. "Drunk or sober, he is a man. Drunk or sober, he is a man," she muttered incoherently. Only twice she beat upon the door when it opened suddenly, and Mr. Beale stood in the doorway. "What is it?" She hardly noticed his tone. A man in my flat," she gasped, and showed her torn sleeve. "A man!" He pushed her aside and made for the door. "The key?" he said quickly. With trembling fingers she extracted it from her pocket. "One moment." He disappeared into his own flat, and presently came out holding an electric torch. He snapped back the lock, put the key in his pocket, and then, to her amazement, he slipped a short-barreled revolver from his hip pocket. With his foot he pushed open the door, and she watched him vanish into the gloomy interior. Presently came his voice, sharp and menacing. "Hands up!" A voice jabbered something excitedly, and then she heard Mr. Beale speak. "Is your light working? You can come in. I have him in the dining room." She stepped into the bathroom. The shilling dropped through the aperture. The screw grated as she turned it, and the lights sprang to life. In one corner of the room was a man, a white-faced, sickly-looking man with a head too big for his body. His hands were above his head. His lower lip trembled in terror. Mr. Beale was searching him with thoroughness and rapidity. "No gun. All right. Put your hands down. Now turn out your pockets." The man said something in a language which the girl could not understand, and Mr. Beale replied in the same tongue. He put the contents first of one pocket, then of the other upon the table, and the girl watched the proceedings with open eyes. "Hello, what's this?" Beale picked up a card. Thereon was scribbled a figure which might have been 6 or 4. "I see," said Beale. "Now the other pocket. You understand English, my friend?" Stupidly the man obeyed. A leather pocket case came from an inside pocket, and this Beale opened. Therein was a small packet which resembled the familiar wrapper of a Seidlitz powder. Beale spoke sharply in a language which the girl realized was German, and the man shook his head. He said something which sounded like "no good" several times. "I'm going to leave you here alone for a while," said Beale. "My friend and I are going downstairs together. I shall not be long." They went out of the flat together, the little man with the big head protesting, and she heard their footsteps descending the stairs. Presently Beale came up alone and walked into the sitting room, and then the strange, unaccountable fact dawned on her. He was perfectly sober. His eyes were clear, his lips firm, and the fair hair, whose tendencies to bedragglement had emphasized his disgrace, was brushed back over his head. He looked at her so earnestly that she grew embarrassed. "Miss Cresswell," he said quietly, "I am going to ask you to do me a great favor." "If it is one that I can grant, you may be sure that I will." She smiled, and he nodded. "I shall not ask you to do anything that is impossible, in spite of the humorist's view of women," he said. "I merely want you to tell nobody about what has happened tonight." "Nobody?" She looked at him in astonishment. "But the doctor—" "Not even the doctor," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "I ask you this as a special favor. Word of honor?" She thought a moment. "I promise," she said. "I'm to tell nobody about that horrid man from whom you so kindly saved me." He lifted his head. "Understand this, Miss Cresswell, please," he said. "I don't want you to be under any misapprehension about that horrid man. He was just as scared as you, and he would not have harmed you. I have been waiting for him all the evening." "Waiting for him?" He nodded again. "Where?" "In the doctor's flat," he said calmly. "You see, the doctor and I are deadly rivals. We are rival scientists, and I was waiting for the hairy man to steal a march on him." But how did you get in?" "I had this key," he said, holding up a small key. "Remember, word of honor. The man whom I have just left came up and wasn't certain whether he had to go in number 8, that's the doctor's, or number 6, and the one key fits both doors. He inserted the key, which was in the lock of her door, and it turned easily. And this is what I was waiting for. It was the best the poor devil could do." He lifted the paper package and broke the seals. Unfolding the paper carefully, he laid it on the table, revealing a teaspoonful of what looked like fine green sawdust. "What is it?" she whispered fearfully. Somehow she knew that she was in the presence of a big elementary danger, something gross and terrible in its primitive force. "That," said Mr. Beale, choosing his words nicely, "that is a passable imitation of the green rust, or, as it is to me, the green terror." "The green rust? What is the green rust? What can it do?" she asked in bewilderment. "I hope we shall never know," he said, and in his clear eyes was a hint of terror. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 3 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 3. Ponsonby's Discharge an Employee. Olive Cresswell rose with the final despairing buzz of her alarm clock, and conquered the almost irresistible temptation to close her eyes just to see what it felt like. Her first impression was that she had had no sleep all night. She remembered going to bed at 1 and turning from side to side until 3. She remembered deciding that the best thing to do was to get up, make some tea, and watch the sun rise, and that whilst she was deciding whether such a step was romantic or just silly, she must have gone to sleep. Still, 4 hours of slumber is practically no slumber to a healthy girl, and she swung her pyjamaed legs over the side of the bed and spent quite 5 minutes in a fatuous admiration of her little white feet. With an effort she dragged herself to the bathroom and let the tap run. Then she put on the kettle. Half an hour later she was feeling well, but unenthusiastic. When she became fully conscious, which was on her way to business, she realized she was worried. She had been made party to a secret without her wish, and the drunken Mr. Beale, that youthful profligate, had really forced this confidence upon her. Only, and this she recalled with a start which sent her chin jerking upward, she was in the 'bus at the time, and the conductor, thinking she was signalling him to stop, pulled the bell. Only Mr. Beale was surprisingly sober and masterful for one so weak of character. Ought she to tell the doctor, Dr. Van Heerden, who had been so good a friend of hers? It seemed disloyal. It was disloyal, horribly disloyal to him, to hide the fact that Mr. Beale had actually been in the doctor's room at night. But was it a coincidence that the same key opened her door and the doctor's? If it were so, it was an embarrassing coincidence. She must change the locks without delay. The 'bus set her down at the corner of Ponsonby's great block. Ponsonby's is one of the most successful and at the same time one of the most exclusive dress houses in London, and Olive had indeed been fortunate in securing her present position, for employment at Ponsonby's was almost equal to government employment in its permanency, as it was certainly more lucrative in its pay. As she stepped on to the pavement she glanced up at the big ornate clock. She was in good time, she said to herself, and was pushing open the big glass door through which employees passed to the various departments, when a hand touched her gently on the arm. She turned in surprise to face Mr. Beale, looking particularly smart in a well-fitting grey suit, a grey felt hat, and a large bunch of violets in his buttonhole. "Excuse me, Miss Cresswell," he said pleasantly. "May I have one word with you?" She looked at him doubtfully. "I rather wish you had chosen another time and another place, Mr. Beale," she said frankly. He nodded. "I realize it is rather embarrassing," he said, "but unfortunately my business cannot wait. I am a businessman, you know," he smiled, "in spite of my dissolute habits." She looked at him closely, for she thought she detected a gentle mockery behind his words, but he was not smiling now. "I won't keep you more than 2 minutes," he went on, "but in that 2 minutes I have a great deal to tell you. I won't bore you with the story of my life." This time she saw the amusement in his eyes and smiled, against her will, because she was not feeling particularly amused. "I have a business in the City of London," he said, "and again I would ask you to respect my confidence. I am a wheat expert." "A wheat expert?" she repeated with a puzzled frown. "It's a queer job, isn't it? But that's what I am. I have a vacancy in my office for a confidential secretary. It is a nice office, the pay is good, the hours are few, and the work is light. I want to know whether you will accept the position." She shook her head, regarding him with new interest, from which suspicion was not altogether absent. "It's awful kind of you, Mr. Beale, and adds another to the debts I owe you," she said. "But I have no desire to leave Punsonby's. It is work I like, and although I am sure you are not interested in my private business—" He could have told her that he was very much interested in her private business, but he refrained. "I do not mind telling you that I am earning a very good salary, and I have no intention or desire to change my situation." His eyes twinkled. "Ah, well, that's my misfortune," he said. "There are only two things I can say. The first is, that if you work for me, you will neither be distressed nor annoyed by any habits of mine which you may have observed, and which may perhaps have prejudiced you against me. In the second place, I want you to promise me that if you ever leave Punsonby's, you will give me the first offer of your services." She laughed. "I think you are very funny, Mr. Beale, but I feel sure that you mean what you say, and that you would confine your little eccentricities to times outside of business hours. As far as leaving Punsonby's is concerned, I promise you that I will give you the first offer of my invaluable services, if ever I leave. And now I'm afraid I must run away. I am awfully obliged to you for what you did for me last night." He looked at her steadily in the eye. "I have no recollection of anything that happened last night," he said, "and I should be glad if your memory would suffer the same lapse." He shook hands with her, lifted his hat, and turned abruptly away, and she looked after him till the boom of the clock recalled her to the fact that the head of the firm of Punsonby was a stickler for punctuality. She went into the great cloak-room and hung up her coat and hat. As she turned to the mirror to straighten her hair, she came face to face with a tall, dark girl who had been eyeing her thoughtfully. "Good morning," said Oliver, and there was in her tone more of politeness than friendship, for although these two girls had occupied the same office for more than a year, there was between them an incompatibility which no length of acquaintance could remove. Hilda Glaum was of Swiss extraction, and something of a mystery. She was good-looking in a sulky, saturnine way, but her known virtues stopped short at her appearance. She neither invited nor gave confidence, and in this respect suited Oliver, but, unlike Oliver, she made no friends, entered into none of the periodical movements amongst the girls, was impervious to the attractions of the river in summer and of the proms in winter, neither visited nor received. "Morning," replied the girl shortly. Then, "Have you been upstairs?" "No. Why?" "Oh, nothing." Oliver mounted to the first floor where her little office was. She and Hilda dealt with the registered mail, extracted and checked the money that came from the post shoppers, and sent on the orders to the various departments. 3 sealed bags lay on her desk, and a youth from the postal department waited to receive a receipt for them. This she scribbled, after comparing the numbers attached to the seals with those inscribed on the boy's receipt book. For some reason Hilda had not followed her, and she was alone, and had tumbled the contents of the first bag onto her desk, when the managing director of Punsonby's made a surprising appearance at the glass-panelled door of her office. He was a large, stout, and important-looking man, bald and bearded. He enjoyed an episcopal manner, and had a trick of pulling back his head when he asked questions, as though he desired to evade the full force of the answer. He stood in the doorway and beckoned her out, and she went without any premonition of what was in store for her. "Ah, Miss Cresswell," he said, I am sorry I did not see you before you had taken off your coat and hat. Will you come to my office?" "Certainly, Mr. White," said the girl, wondering what had happened. He led the way with his majestic stride, dangling a pair of pince-nez by their cord, as a fastidious person might carry a mouse by its tail, and ushered her into his rosewood panelled office. Sit down, Miss Cresswell," he said, and seating himself at his desk, he put the tips of his fingers together and looked up to the ceiling for inspiration. "I am afraid, Miss Cresswell," he said, "that I have an unpleasant task." "An unpleasant task, Mr. White?" she said, with a sinking feeling inside her. He nodded. "I have to tell you that Punsonby's no longer require your services." She rose to her feet, looking down at him open-mouthed with wonder and consternation. "Not require my services?" she said slowly. "Do you mean that I am discharged?" He nodded again. "In lieu of a month's notice, I will give you a cheque for a month's salary, plus the unexpired portion of this week's salary." "But why am I being discharged? Why? Mr. White, who had opened his eyes for a moment to watch the effect of his lightning stroke, closed them again. "It is not the practice of Punsonby's to give any reason for dispensing with the service of its employees," he said oracularly. "It is sufficient that I should tell you that hitherto you have given every satisfaction, but for reasons which I am not prepared to discuss, we must dispense with your services." Her head was in a whirl. She could not grasp what had happened. For 5 years she had worked in the happiest circumstances in this great store, where everybody had been kind to her, and where her tasks had been congenial. She had never thought of going elsewhere. She regarded herself, as did all the better class employees, as a fixture. "Do I understand," she asked, "that I am to leave at once?" Mr. White nodded. He pushed the cheque across the table, and she took it up and folded it mechanically. "And you are not going to tell me why?" Mr. White shook his head. "Punsonby's do nothing without a good reason," he said solemnly, feeling that whatever happened he must make a good case for Punsonby's, and that whoever was to blame for this unhappy incident, it was not an august firm which paid its 14 per cent with monotonous regularity. "We lack definite knowledge to proceed any further in this matter than we have proceeded. Definite knowledge." The girl was all the more bewildered by this cumbersome diplomacy. "Definite knowledge was promised, but has not come to hand. It is all very unpleasant, very unpleasant." And he shook his head. She bowed, and turning, walked quickly from the room, passed to the lobby where her coat was hung, put on her hat, and left Punsonby's for ever. It was when she had reached the street that, with a shock, she remembered Beale's words, and she stood stock still, pinching her lip thoughtfully. Had he known? Why had he come that morning, hours before he was ordinarily visible, if the common gossip of Crewman Mansions be worthy of credence? And then, as though to cap the amazing events of the morning, she saw him again. He was standing on the corner of the street, leaning on his cane, smoking a long cigarette through a much longer holder, and he seemed wholly absorbed in watching a linesman perched high above the street repairing a telegraph wire. She made a step toward him, but stopped. He was so evidently engrossed in the acrobatics of the honest workman in mid-air that he could not have seen her, and she turned swiftly and walked the other way. She had not reached the end of the block before he was at her side. "You are going home early, Miss Cresswell," he smiled. She turned to him. "Do you know why?" she asked. "I don't know why, unless—" "Unless what?" "Unless you have been discharged," he said coolly. Her brows knit. "What do you know about my discharge?" she asked. "Such things are possible," said Mr. Beale. "Did you know I was going to be discharged?" she asked again. He nodded. "I didn't exactly know you would be discharged this morning, but I had an idea you would be discharged at some time or other. That is why I came with my offer." "Which, of course, I won't accept," she snapped. "Which, of course, you have accepted," he said quietly. "Believe me, I know nothing more than that Punsonbys have been prevailed upon to discharge you. What reason induced them to take that step, I honestly don't know." "But why did you think so?" He was grave of a sudden. "I just thought so," he said. "I am not going to be mysterious with you, and I can only tell you that I had reasons to believe that some such step would be taken." She shrugged her shoulders wearily. "It is quite mysterious enough," she said. "Do you seriously want me to work for you?" He nodded. "You didn't tell me your city address." "That is why I came back," he said. "Then you knew I was coming out?" "I knew you would come out some time in the day." She stared at him. "Do you mean to tell me that you would have waited all day to give me your address?" He laughed. "I only mean this," he replied, "that I should have waited all day." It was a helpless laugh which echoed his. "My address is 342 Lothbury," he went on. "342. You may begin work this afternoon, and—" he hesitated. "And?" she repeated. "And I think it would be wise if you didn't tell your friend the doctor that I am employing you." He was examining his fingernails attentively as he spoke, and he did not meet her eyes. "There are many reasons," he went on. "In the first place, I have blotted my copybook, as they say, in Crewman Mansions, and it might not redound to your credit." "You should have thought of that before you asked me to come to you," she said. "I thought of it a great deal," he replied calmly. There was much in what he said, as the girl recognized. She blamed herself for her hasty promise, but somehow the events of the previous night had placed him on a different footing, had given him a certain indefinable position to which the inebriate Mr. Beale had not aspired. "I am afraid I am rather bewildered by all the mystery of it," she said, "and I don't think I will come to the office to-day. Tomorrow morning. At what hour?" 10 o'clock, he said. "I will be there to explain your duties. Your salary will be £5 a week. You will be in charge of the office, to which I very seldom go, by the way, and your work will be preparing statistical returns of the wheat crops in all the wheat fields of the world for the last 50 years. "It sounds thrilling," she said, and a quick smile flashed across his face. "It is much more thrilling than you imagine," were his parting words. She reached Crewman Mansions just as the doctor was coming out, and he looked at her in surprise. "You are back early." Should she tell him? There was no reason why she shouldn't. He had been a good friend of hers, and she felt sure of his sympathy. It occurred to her at the moment that Mr. Beale had been most unsympathetic, and had not expressed one word of regret. "Yes, I've been discharged," she exclaimed. "Discharged? Impossible!" She nodded. "To prove that it is possible, it has happened," she said cheerfully. "My dear girl, this is monstrous. What excuse did they give?" "None." This was said with a lightness of tone which did not reflect the indignation she felt at heart. "Did they give you no reason?" "They gave me none. They gave me my month's cheque and just told me to go off. And off I came, like the well-disciplined wage earner I am." "But it is monstrous," he said indignantly. "I will go and see them. I know one of the heads of the firm. At least, he is a patient of mine." "You will do nothing of the kind," she replied firmly. "It really doesn't matter." "What are you going to do?" "By Jove," he said suddenly, "what a splendid idea. I want a clinical secretary." The humour of it got the better of her, and she laughed in his face. "What is the joke?" he asked. "Oh, I am so sorry, doctor, but you mustn't think I am ungrateful. But I am beginning to regard myself as one of the plums in the labour market." "Have you another position?" he asked quickly. "I have just accepted one," she said, and he did not disguise his disappointment, which might even have been interpreted, were Oliver more conceited, into absolute chagrin. "You are very quick," said he, and his voice had lost some of its enthusiasm. "What position have you taken?" "I am going into an office in the city," she said. "That will be dull. If you have settled it in your mind, of course I cannot alter your decision. But I would be quite willing to give you £5 or £6 a week, and the work would be very light." She held out her hand, and there was a twinkle in her eye. "London is simply filled with people who want to give me £5 a week for work which is very light. Really, I am awfully grateful to you, doctor." She felt more cheerful as she mounted the stairs than she thought would have been possible had such a position been forecast, and had she to speculate upon the attitude of mind with which she would meet such a misfortune. Punsonby's, for all the humiliation of her dismissal, seemed fairly unimportant. Some day she would discover the circumstances which had decided the high gods who presided over the ready-made clothing business in their action. She unlocked the door and passed in, not without a comprehensive and an amused glance, which took in the sober front doors of her new employer and her would-be employer. "Sarah, your luck's in," she said, as she banged the door. Sarah was the approving version of Matilda. "If the wheezy man fires you, be sure there'll be a good angel waiting on the doorstep to offer you £20 a week for phoning the office once a day." It occurred to her that it would be wise to place on record her protest against her summary dismissal, and she went to the little bookshelf writing table where she kept her writing material, to indite the epistle whilst she thought of it. It was one of those little fumed oak contraptions where the desk is formed by a hinged flap which serves, when not in use, to close the desk. She pulled out the two little supports, inserted the key in the lock, but it refused to turn, for the simple reason that it was unlocked. She had distinctly remembered that morning locking it, after putting away the bill which had arrived with the morning post. She pulled down the flap slowly, and stared in amazement at the little which it hid. Every pigeonhole had been ransacked, and the contents were piled up in a confused heap. The two tiny drawers in which she kept stamps and nibs were out and emptied. End of Chapter 3. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 4 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 4. The Letters That Were Not There. She made a rapid survey of the documents. They were unimportant, and consisted mainly of letters from the few girl friends she had made during her stay at Ponsonby's, old theatre programmes, recipes copied from newspapers, and bunches of snapshots taken on her last summer excursion. She arranged the things in some sort of rough order, and made an inspection of her bedroom. Here, too, there was evidence that somebody had been searching the room. The drawers of her dressing-table were open, and though the contents had been little disturbed, it was clear that they had been searched. She made another discovery. The window of the bedroom was open at the bottom. Usually it was open half-way down from the top, and was fastened in that position by a patent catch. This precaution was necessary, because the window looked upon a narrow iron parapet which ran along the building and communicated with the fire escape. She looked out. Evidently the intruder had both come and gone this way, and as evidently her return had disturbed him in his inspection, for it was hardly likely he would leave her papers and bureau in that state of confusion. She made a brief inspection of the drawers in the dressing-table, and so far as she could see nothing was missing. She went back to the writing bureau, mechanically putting away the papers, little memorandum books and letters which had been dragged from their pigeon-holes. Then, resting her elbow on the desk, she sat, chin in hand, her pretty forehead wrinkled in a frown, recalling the events of the morning. Who had searched her desk? What did they hope to discover? She had no illusions that this was the work of a common thief. There was something behind all this, something sinister and terrifying. What association had the search with her summary dismissal? And what did the pompous Mr. White mean when he talked about definite knowledge? Definite knowledge of what? She gave it up with a shrug. She was not as much alarmed as disturbed. Life was grating a little, and she resented this departure from the smooth course which it had hitherto run. She resented the intrusion of Mr. Beale, who was drunk one moment and sober the next, who had offices in the city which he did not visit, and who took such an inordinate interest in her affairs. And she resented him all the more because, in some indefinable way, he had shaken her faith. No, not shaken her faith, that was too strong a term. He had pared the mild romance which Dr. Van Heerden's friendship represented. She got up from the table and paced the room, planning her day. She would go out to lunch and indulge in the dissipation of a matinée. Perhaps she would stay out to dinner and come back. She shivered unconsciously and looked round the room. Somehow she did not look forward to an evening spent alone in her flat. "Matilda, you're getting maudlin," she said. "You are getting romantic, too. You are reading too many sensational novels and seeing too many sensational films." She walked briskly into her bedroom, unhooked a suit from the wardrobe and laid it on the bed. At that moment there came a knock at the door. She put down the clothes-brush, which was in her hand, walked out into the hall, opened the door, and stepped back. 3 men stood in the passage without. 2 were strangers, with that curious official look which the plain-clothes policeman can never wholly eradicate from his bearing. The 3rd was Mr. White, more pompous and more solemn than ever. "Miss Cresswell?" asked one of the strangers. "That is my name." "May we come inside? I want to see you." She led the way to her sitting room. Mr. White followed in the rear. Your name is Oliver Cresswell? You were recently employed by Punsonby's Limited as cashier?" "That is true," she said, wondering what was coming next. "Certain information was laid against you," said the spokesman, "as a result of which you were discharged from the firm this morning?" She raised her eyebrows in indignant surprise. "Information laid against me?" she said haughtily. "What do you mean?" "I mean that a charge was made against you, that you were converting money belonging to the firm to your own use. That was the charge, I believe, sir?" He turned to Mr. White. Mr. White nodded slowly. "It is a lie! It is an outrageous lie!" cried the girl, turning flaming eyes upon the stout managing director of Punsonby's. "You know it's a lie, Mr. White. Thousands of pounds have passed through my hands, and I have never— Oh, it's cruel!" "If you will only keep calm for a little while, miss," said the man, who was not unused to such outbreaks, "I will explain that at the moment of your dismissal there was no evidence against you." "No definite knowledge of your offence," murmured Mr. White. "And now?" demanded the girl. "Now we have information, miss, to the effect that 3 registered letters, containing in all a sum of £63—" "14 7/10," murmured Mr. White. "£63 odd," said the detective, "which were abstracted by you yesterday, are concealed in this flat." "In the left-hand bottom drawer of your bureau," murmured Mr. White. "That is the definite knowledge which has come to us. It is a great pity." The girl stared from one to the other. "3 registered envelopes!" she said incredulously. "In this flat?" "In the bottom drawer of your bureau," mumbled Mr. White, who stood throughout the interview with his eyes closed, his hands clasped in front of him, a picture of a man performing a most painful act of duty. "I have a warrant—" began the detective. "You need no warrant," said the girl quietly. "You are at liberty to search this flat, or bring a woman to search me. I have nothing in these rooms which I am ashamed that you should see." The detective turned to his companion. "Fred," he said, "just have a look over that writing bureau. Is it locked, miss?" She had closed and locked the secretaire, and handed the man the key. The detective who had done the speaking passed into the bedroom, and the girl heard him pulling out the drawers. She did not move from where she stood confronting her late employer, still preserving his attitude of somnolent detachment. "Mr. White," she asked quietly, "I have a right to know who accused me of stealing from your firm." He made no reply. "Even a criminal has a right to know that, you know," she said, recovering some of her poise. "I suppose that you have been missing things for quite a long while? People always miss things for quite a long while before the thief is discovered, according to the Sunday papers." "I do not read newspapers published on the Lord's Day," said Mr. White reproachfully. "I do not know the habits of the criminal classes. But, as you say, and I fear I must convey the gist of our speech to the officers of the law, money has been missed from your department for a considerable time, and as to your accuser, acting as as a good citizen, and performing the duties which are associated with good citizenship, I cannot reveal his, her, or their name." She was eyeing him curiously with a gleam of dormant laughter in her clear eyes. Then she heard a hurried footstep in the little passage, and remembered that the door had been left open, and she looked round. The newcomer was Dr. Van Heerden. "What is it I hear?" he demanded fiercely, addressing White. "You dare accuse Miss Cresswell of theft?" "My dear doctor," began White. "It is an outrage," said the doctor. "It is disgraceful, Mr. White. I will vouch for Miss Cresswell with my life." The girl stopped him with a laugh. "Please don't be dramatic, doctor. It's really a stupid mistake. I didn't know you knew Mr. White." "It is a disgraceful mistake," said the doctor violently. "I am surprised at you, White." Mr. White could not close his eyes any tighter than they were closed. He passed the responsibility for the situation upon an invisible Providence, with one heaving shrug of his shoulders. "It is awfully kind of you to take this interest, Doctor," said the girl, putting out her hands to him. "It was just like you." "Is there anything I can do?" he asked earnestly. "You can depend upon me to the last shilling if any trouble arises out of this." "No trouble will arise out of it," she said. "Mr. White thinks that I have stolen money, and that that money is hidden in the flat. By the way, who told you I had been accused?" For a moment he was taken aback. Then, "I saw the police officers go into your flat, recognized them, and as they were accompanied by White, and you had been dismissed this morning, I drew my own conclusions." It was at this moment that the detective came back from the bedroom. "There's nothing there," he said. Mr. White opened his eyes to their fullest extent. "In the bottom drawer of the bureau?" he asked incredulously. "Neither in the bottom drawer nor the top drawer," said the detective. "Have you found anything, Fred?" "Nothing," said the other man. "Have a look behind those pictures." They turned up the corners of the carpets, searched her one little bookcase, looked under the tables, an unnecessary and amusing proceeding in the girl's eyes, till the detective explained, with that display of friendliness which all policemen show to suspected persons whom they do not at heart suspect, it was not an uncommon process for criminals to tack the proceeds of banknote robberies to the underside of the table. "Well, miss," said the detective at last, with a smile, "I hope we haven't worried you very much. What do you intend doing, sir?" he addressed White. "Did you search the bottom drawer of the bureau?" said Mr. White again. "I searched the bottom drawer of the bureau, the top drawer, and the middle drawer," said the detective patiently. "I searched the back of the bureau, the trinket drawer, the trinket boxes." "And it was not there?" said Mr. White, as though he could not believe his ears. "It was not there. What I want to know is, do you charge this young lady? If you charge her, of course, you take all the responsibility for the act, and if you fail to convict her, you will be liable to an action for false arrest." I know," said Mr. White, with remarkable asperity in one so placid. "No, I do not charge her. I am sorry you have been inconvenienced." He turned to the girl in his most majestic manner. "And I trust that you bear no ill will." He offered a large and flabby hand, but Oliver ignored it. "Mind you don't trip over the mat as you go out," she said. "The passage is rather dark." Mr. White left the room breathing heavily. "Excuse me one moment," said the doctor in a low voice. "I have a few words to say to White." "Please don't make a fuss," said Oliver. "I would rather the matter dropped where it is." He nodded and strolled out after the managing director of Ponsonby's. They made a little group of four. "Can I see you in my flat for a moment, Mr. White?" "Certainly," said Mr. White cheerfully. "You don't want us any more?" asked the detective. "No," said Mr. White. Then, "Are you quite sure you searched the bottom drawer of the bureau?" "Perfectly sure," said the detective irritably. "You don't suppose I've been at this job for 20 years and should overlook the one place where I expected to find the letters?" Mr. White was saved the labour of framing a suitable retort, for the door of Mr. Beale's flat was flung open, and Mr. Beale came forth. His grey hat was on the back of his head, and he stood erect with the aid of the door-post, surveying with a bland and inane smile the little knot of men. "Why," he said jovially, "it's the dear old doctor, and if my eyes don't deceive me, it's the jolly old Archbishop." Mr. White brindled. That he was known as the Archbishop in the intimate circles of his acquaintances afforded him a certain satisfaction. That a perfect stranger, and a perfectly drunken stranger at that, should employ a nickname which was for the use of a privileged few, distressed him. "And," said the swaying man by the door, peering through the half-darkness, "is it not Detective Sergeant Peterson and Constable Fairbank? Welcome to this home of virtue." The detective sergeant smiled, but said nothing. The doctor fingered his beard indecisively, but Mr. White essayed to stride past, his chin in the air, ignoring the greeting. But Mr. Beale was too quick for him. He lurched forward, caught the lapels of the other's immaculate frock coat, and held himself erect thereby. "My dear old Whitey," he said. "I don't know you, sir," cried Mr. White. "Will you please unhand me?" "Don't know me, Whitey? Why, you 'stonishing old thing!" He slipped his arm over the other's shoulder in an attitude of affectionate regard. "Don't know old Beale?" "I never met you before," said Mr. White, struggling to escape. "Bless my life and soul," said Mr. Beale, stepping back, shocked and hurt. "I call you to witness, Detective Sergeant Peterson and amiable Constable Fairbank, and learned Dr. Van Heerden, that he has denied me, and it has come to this," he said bitterly, and leaning his head against the doorpost, he howled like a dog. "I say, stop your fooling, Beale," said the doctor angrily. "There's been very serious business here, and I should thank you not to interfere." Mr. Beale wiped an imaginary tear from his eyes, grasped Mr. White's unwilling hand and shook it vigorously, staggered back to his flat, and slammed the door behind him. "Do you know that man?" asked the doctor, turning to the detective. "I seem to remember his face," said the sergeant. "Come on, Fred. Good morning, gentlemen." They waited till the officers were downstairs and out of sight, and then the doctor turned to the other, and in a different tone from any he had employed, said, "Come to my room for a moment, White," and Mr. White followed obediently. They shut the door, passed into the study, with its rows of heavily bound books, its long table covered with test tubes and the paraphernalia of medical research. "Well," said White, dropping into a chair, "what happened?" "That is what I want to know," said the doctor. He took a cigarette from a box on the table and lit it, and the two men looked at one another without speaking. "Do you think she had the letters and hid them?" "Impossible," replied the doctor briefly. White grunted, took a cigar from a long leather case, bit off the end savagely, and reached out his hand for a match. "The best laid schemes of mice and men," he quoted. "Oh, shut up," said the doctor savagely. He was pacing the study with long strides. He stopped at one end of the room, staring moodily through the window, his hands thrust in his pockets. "I wonder what happened," he said again. "Well, that can wait. Now just tell me exactly how matters stand regarding you and Ponsonby's." "I have all the figures here," said Mr. White, as he thrust his hand into the inside pocket of his frock coat. "I can raise £40,000 by debentures, and Hello, what's this?" He drew from his pocket a white packet, fastened about by a rubber band. This he slipped off, and gasped, for in his hands were 3 registered letters, and they were addressed to Messrs. Ponsonby, and each had been slit open. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 5 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 5. The Man with the Big Head. Number 342 Lothbury is a block of business offices, somewhat unpretentious in their approach, but of surprising depth and importance when explored. Oliver Cresswell stood for a while in the great lobby, inspecting the names of the occupants, which were inscribed on porcelain slips in 2 big frames on each wall of the vestibule. After a lengthy search, she discovered the name of the Beale Agency under the heading 4th floor, and made her way to the elevator. Mr. Beale's office was at the end of a seemingly interminable corridor, and consisted, as she was to find, of an outer and an inner chamber. The outer was simply furnished with a table, 2 chairs, and a railed fence bisected with a little wooden gateway. A boy sat at one table, engaged in laborious exercise on a typewriter, with one finger of one hand. He jumped up as she came through the door. "Miss Cresswell?" he asked. "Mr. Beale will see you." He opened the wicket gate and led the way to a door marked "Private." It was Beale who opened the door in response to the knock. "Come in, Miss Cresswell," he said cheerily. "I didn't expect you for half an hour." "I thought I'd start well," she smiled. She had had many misgivings that morning, and had spent a restless night, debating the wisdom of engaging herself to an employer whose known weakness had made his name a byword. But a promise was a promise, and after all, she told herself, her promise was fulfilled when she had given the new work a trial. "Here is your desk," he said, indicating a large office table in the centre of the room, "and here is my little library. You will note that it mainly consists of agricultural returns and reports. Do you read French?" She nodded. "Good. And Spanish? That's rather too much to expect, isn't it?" "I speak and read Spanish very well," she said. "When I was a little girl I lived around in Paris, Lyons, and Barcelona. My first regular work, the first I was paid for, was in the Anglo-Spanish Cable Office in Barcelona." "That's lucky," he said, apparently relieved, "though I could have taught you the few words that it is necessary you should know to understand the Argentine reports. What I particularly want you to discover, and you will find 200 or 300 local guide-books on that shelf at the far end of the room, and these will help you a great deal, is the exact locations of all the big wheat-growing districts, the number of hectares under cultivation in normal times, the method by which the wheat areas are divided by fences, roads, etc., the average size of the unbroken blocks of wheatland, and, if possible, the width of the roads or paths which divide them." "Gracious!" she cried in dismay. "It sounds a monumental business, but I think you will find it simple. The Agricultural Department of the United States Government, for instance, tabulate all those facts. For example, they compel farmers in certain districts to keep a clear space between each lot, so that, in case of the crops being fired, the fire may be isolated. Canada, the Argentine, and Australia have other methods." She had seated herself at the desk and was jotting down a note of her duties. "Anything more?" she asked. "Yes. I want the names of the towns in the centre of the wheat-growing areas, a list of the hotels in those towns. The guide-books you will find up to date, and these will inform you on this subject. Particularly do I want hotels noted where automobiles can be hired, the address of the local bank and the name of the manager, and, where the information is available, the name of the chief constable, sheriff, or chef de gendarmerie in each district." She looked up at him, her pencil poised. "Are you serious? Of course I'll do all this, but somehow it reminds me of a story I once read." "I know it," said Beale promptly. "It is the case of the red-haired man, one of Doyle's stories, about a man who, to keep him away from his shop, was employed on the useless task of copying the Encyclopaedia Britannica. No, I am asking you to do serious work, Miss Cresswell, work which I do not want spoken about." He sat on the edge of the table looking down at her, and if his eyes were smiling, it was because that was their natural expression. She had never seen them when they did not hold the ghost of some joke inwardly enjoyed. But her instinct told her that he was very much in earnest, and that the task he had set her was one which had reason behind it. "Take the districts first, and work up the hotels, etc.," he suggested. "You will find it more interesting than a novel. Those little books," he pointed to the crowded shelf by the window, "will carry you to stations and ranches and farms all over the world. You shall be wafted through Manitoba, and cross the United States from New England to California. You will know Sydney and Melbourne, and the great cornland at the back of beyond. And you'll sit in cool patios and sip iced drinks with Senor Don Perfecto de Cuba, who has ridden in from his rancio to inquire the price of May wheat. Or maybe you'll just amble through India on an elephant, sleeping in bungalows, listening to the howling of tigers and mosquitoes." "Now I know you're laughing at me," she smiled. "Not altogether," he said quietly. Then, "Is there any question you'd like to ask me? By the way, the key of the office is in the right-hand drawer. Go to lunch when you like, and stay away as long as you like. Your cheque will be paid you every Friday morning." "But where," she looked round the room, "where do you work?" "I don't work," he said promptly. "You do the work, and I get the honour and glory. When I come in, I will sit on the edge of your desk, which is not graceful, but it is very comfortable." "There is one question I meant to ask you. You said you were in a cable office. Do you add to your accomplishments a working knowledge of the Morse code?" She nodded. "I can see you being useful. If you need me," he jerked his head toward a telephone on a small table, "call 8761 Gerrard." "And where is that?" she asked. "If I thought you were anything but a very sane young lady, I should tell you that it is the number of my favourite bar," he said gravely. "I will not, however, practice that harmless deception upon you." Again she saw the dancing light of mischief in his eyes. "You're a queer man," she said, "and I will not make myself ridiculous by speaking to you for your good." She heard his soft laughter as the door closed behind him, and gathering an armful of the guide-books, she settled down for a morning's work which proved even more fascinating than his fanciful pictures had suggested. She found herself wondering to what use all this information she extracted could be put. Was Mr. Beale really a buyer, or was he interested in the sale of agricultural machinery? Why should he want to know that Jonas Scobbs was the proprietor of Scobbs Hotel and General Emporium in the town of Red Horse Valley, Alberta? And what significance attached to the fact that he had an automobile for hire, or that he ran a coach every Wednesday to Regina? Then she fell to speculating upon the identity and appearance of this man who bore this weird name of Scobbs. She pictured him an elderly man with chin whiskers, who wore his pants thrust into top boots. And why was Red Horse Valley so called? These unexpected and, to her, hitherto unknown names of places and people set in train most interesting processions of thought that slid through the noisy jangle of traffic and coloured the drab walls of all that was visible of the city of London through the window with the white lights and purple shadows of dream prairies. When she looked at her watch, being impelled to that act by the indescribable sensation of hunger, she was amazed to discover that it was 3 o'clock. She jumped up and went to the outer office in search of the boy who, she faintly remembered, had erupted into her presence hours before with a request which she had granted without properly hearing. He was not in evidence. Evidently his petition had also been associated with the gnawing pangs which assail boyhood at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She was turning back to her office, undecided as to whether she should remain until his return or close the office entirely, when the shuffle of feet brought her round. The outer office was partitioned from the entrance by a long fence, the farther end of which was hidden by a screen of wood and frosted glass. It was from behind that screen that the noise came, and she remembered that she had noted a chair there, evidently a place where callers waited. "Who is there?" she asked. There was a creak as the visitor rose. "Excuse me, madame," said a wheezy voice. "I call to inquire for Mr. Peel, isn't it?" He shuffled forward into view, a small man with a dead white face and a head of monstrous size. She was bereft of speech, and could only look at him, for this was the man she had found in her rooms the night before her dismissal, the man who carried the green rust. Evidently he did not recognize her. "Mr. Peel, he told me I must call him mit der telephone, but der number she was gone out of mine head." He blinked at her with his short-sighted eyes, and laid a big hairy hand on the gate. "You mustn't come in," she said breathlessly. "I will call Mr. Beale. Sit down again." "Ach," he said obediently, and shuffled back to his chair. "Tell him der Professor it was." The girl took up the telephone receiver with a shaking hand and gave the number. It was Beale's voice that answered her. "There's a man here," she said hurriedly. The man who was in my room, the Herr Professor." She heard his exclamation of annoyance. "I'm sorry," and if she could judge by the inflection of his voice, his sorrow was genuine. "I'll be with you in 10 minutes. He's quite a harmless old gentleman." "Hurry, please." She heard the click of his receiver and replaced her own slowly. She did not attempt to go back to the outer office, but waited by the closed door. She recalled the night, the terror of that unknown presence in her darkened flat, and shuddered. Then Beale, surprisingly sober, had come in, and he and the burglar had gone away together. What had these two, Mr. Beale and the Herr Professor, in common? She heard the snap of the outer door and Beale's voice speaking quickly. It was probably German. She had never acquired the language and hardly recognized it, though the guttural "Zu Befehl, Herr Peel" was distinct. She heard the shuffle of the man's feet and the closing of the outer door, and then Beale came in, and his face was troubled. "I can't tell you how sorry I am that the old man called. I'd forgotten that he was likely to come." She leant against the table, both hands behind her. "Mr. Beale," she said, "will you give me straightforward answers to a number of plain questions?" He nodded. "If I can," he said. "Is the Herr Professor a friend of yours?" "No. I know him, and in a way I am sorry for him. He is a German who pretends to be Russian, immensely poor and unprepossessing to a painful degree, but a very clever scientist, in fact a truly great analytical chemist, who ought to be holding a good position. He told me that he had the best qualifications, and I quite believed him. but that his physical infirmities, his very freakishness, had ruined him. Her eyes softened with pity, the pity of the strong for the weak, of the beautiful for the hideous. "If that is true," she began, and his chin went up. "I beg your pardon, I know it is true. It is tragic, but did you know him before you met him in my room?" He hesitated. "I knew him both by repute and by sight," he said. "I knew the work he was engaged on, and I guessed why he was engaged, but I had never spoken to him." "Thank you. Now for question number 2. You needn't answer unless you wish." "I shan't," he said. "That's frank, anyway. Now tell me, Mr. Beale, what is all this mystery about? What is the green rust? Why do you pretend to be a drunkard when you're not one?" It needed some boldness to say this, and she flushed with the effort to shape the sentence. "Why are you always around so providentially when you're needed, and," here she smiled, as he thought deliciously, "why weren't you round yesterday when I was nearly arrested for theft?" He was back on the edge of the table, evidently his favourite resting place, she thought, and he ticked her questions off on his fingers. Question number 1 cannot be answered. Question number 2, why do I pretend to be a drunkard? He mimicked her audaciously. There are other things which intoxicate a man beside love and beer, Miss Cresswell. How gross! She protested. What are they? Work, the chase, scientific research, and the first spring scent of the hawthorn, he said solemnly. As to the third question, why was I not around when you were nearly arrested? Well, I was around. I was in your flat when you came in, and escaped along the fire parapet. "Mr. Beale!" she gasped. "Then it was you! You are a detective!" "I turned your desk and dressing chest upside down. Yes, it was I," he said without shame, ignoring the latter part of the sentence. "I was looking for something." "You were looking for something?" she repeated. "What were you looking for?" "3 registered envelopes, which were planted in your flat yesterday morning," he said, "and what's more, I found 'em." She put her hand to her forehead in bewilderment. "Then you—" "Saved you from a cold prison cell. Have you had any lunch? Why, you're starving." "But—" "Bread and butter is what you want," said the practical Mr. Beale, "with a large crisp slice of chicken and stacks of various vegetables." And he hustled her from the office. End of Chapter 5. Recorded by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 6 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Wever. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 6. Mr. Scobbs of Red Horse Valley. Mr. White, managing director of Punsonby's store, was a man of simple tastes. He had a horror of extravagance, and it was his boast that he had never ridden in a taxicab save as the guest of some other person who paid. He travelled by tube or omnibus from the Bayswater Road, where he lived what he described as his private life. He lunched in the staff dining-room, punctiliously paying his bill. He dined at home in solitary state, for he had neither chick nor child, heir or wife. Once an elder sister had lived with him and had died, according to the popularly accepted idea, of slow starvation, for he was a frugal man. It seems the fate of apparently rich and frugal men that they either die and leave their hoardings to the state, or else they disappear, leaving behind them monumental debts. The latter have apparently no vices. Even the harassed accountant who disentangles their estates cannot discover the channel through which their hundreds of thousands have poured. The money has gone, and if astute detectives bring back the defaulter from the pleasant life which the Southern American cities offer to rich idlers, he is hopelessly vague as to the method by which it went. Mr. Lassimus White was the managing director and general manager of Punsonby's. He held, or was supposed to hold, a third of the shares in that concern, shares which he had inherited from John Punsonby, his uncle, and the founder of the firm. He drew a princely salary and a substantial dividend. He was listed as a debenture holder, and was accounted a rich man. But Mr. White was not rich. His salary and his dividends were absorbed by a mysterious agency which called itself the Union Jack Investment and Mortgage Corporation, which paid premiums on Mr. White's heavy life insurance, and collected the whole, or nearly the whole, of his income. His secret, well guarded as it was, need be no secret to the reader. Mr. White, who had never touched a playing card in his life, and who grew apoplectic at the sin and shame of playing the races, was an inveterate gambler. His passion was for sunken treasure syndicates, formed to recover golden ingots from ships of the Spanish Armada, for companies that set forth to harness the horsepower of the sea to the service of commerce, for optimistic companies that discovered radium mines in the Ural Mountains. Anything which promised a steady 300% per annum on an initial investment had an irresistible attraction for Mr. White, who argued that some day something would really fulfil expectations, and his losses would be recovered. In the meantime, he was in the hands of Moss Ibramovich, trading as the Union Jack Investment and Mortgage Corporation, licensed and registered as a money-lender according to law. And being in the hands of this gentleman was much less satisfactory, and infinitely more expensive, than being in the hands of the bankruptcy officials. In the evening of the day Oliva Cresswell had started working for her new employer, Mr. White stalked forth from his gloomy house, and his departure was watched by the two tough females who kept house for him with every pleasure. He strutted eastward, swinging his umbrella, his head well back, his eyes half closed, his massive waistcoat curving regally. His silk hat was pushed back from his forehead, and the pince-nez he carried, but so seldom wore, swung from the cord he held before him in that dead mouse manner which important men affect. He had often been mistaken for a fellow of the Royal Society, so learned and detached was his bearing, yet no speculation upon the origin of species or the function of the nebulae filled his mind. At a moment of great stress and distraction, Dr. Van Heerden had arisen above his horizon, and there was something in Dr. Van Heerden's manner which inspired confidence and respect. They had met by accident at a meeting held to liquidate the Shining Strand Alluvial Gold Mining Company, a concern which had started forth in the happiest circumstances to extract the fabulous riches which had been discovered by an American philanthropist (he is now selling real estate by correspondence) on a southern Pacific island. Van Heerden was not a shareholder, but he was intensely interested in the kind of people who subscribed for shares in dreamland gold mines. Mr. White had attended incognito, His shares were held in the name of his lawyer, who was thinking seriously of building an annex to hold the unprofitable scrip. Mr. White was gratified to discover a kindred soul who believed in this kind of speculation. It was to the doctor's apartment that he was now walking. That gentleman met him in the entrance and accompanied him to his room. There was a light in the fanlight of Oliva's flat, for she had brought some of her work home to finish, but Mr. Beale's flat was dark. This the doctor noted before he closed his own door and switched on the light. "Well, White, have you made up your mind?" he demanded, without preliminary. "I have, and I have not," said the cautious adventurer. 40,000 is a lot of money. A fortune, one might say. Yes, a fortune." "Have you raised it?" Mr. White sniffed his objection to this direct examination. "My broker has very kindly realized the debentures. I am somewhat indebted to him, and it was necessary to secure his permission, and yes, I have the money at my bank." He gazed benignly at the other, as one who conferred a favour by the mere bestowal of his confidences. "First, doctor, forgive me if I am a little cautious. First, I say, it is necessary that I should know a little more about your remarkable scheme, for remarkable I am sure it is." The doctor poured out a whisky and soda and passed the glass to his visitor, who smilingly waved it aside. "Wine is a mocker," he said. "Nothing stronger than cider has ever passed my lips. Pray do not be offended." "And yet I seem to remember that you held shares in the Northern Saloon Trust," said the doctor, with a little curl of his bearded lips. "That," said Mr. White hastily, "was a purely commercial affair. In business one must exploit even the sins and weaknesses of our fellows." "As to my scheme," said the doctor, changing the subject, "I'm afraid I must ask you to invest in the dark. I can promise you that you will get your capital back 100 times over. I realize that you have heard that sort of thing before, and that my suggestion has all the appearance of a confidence trick, except that I do not offer you even the substantial security of a gold brick. I may not use your money, I believe that I shall not. On the other hand, I may. If it is to be of any use to me, it must be in my hands very soon. To-morrow." He wandered restlessly about the room as he spoke, and jerked his sentences out, now to Mr. White's face, now over his shoulder. "I will tell you this," he went on. "My scheme, within the narrow interpretation of the law, is illegal. Don't mistake me. There is no danger to those who invest in ignorance. I will bear the full burden of responsibility. You can come in or you can stay out. But if you come in, I shall ask you never to mention the name of the enterprise to a living soul." "The Green Rust Syndicate?" whispered Mr. White fearfully. "What is Green Rust?" "I have offered the scheme to government, but they are scared of touching it. Scared, by Jove!" He threw up his arms to the ceiling, and his voice trembled with passion. "Germany scared! And there was a time when Europe cringed at the clank of the Prussian sword, when the lightest word of Potsdam set ministries trembling in Petrograd and London. You told me the other day you were a pacifist during the war, and that you sympathize with Prussia in her humiliation. I am a Prussian. Why should I deny it? I glory in the religion of might. I believe it were better that the old civilization were stamped into the mud of oblivion than that Prussian Kultur should be swept away by the licentious French, the mercenary English—" "British," murmured Mr. White, "and the dollar-hunting Yankees. But I'm making a fool of myself." With an effort he regained his calm. The war's over and done with. As I say, I offered my government my secret. They thought it good, but could not help me. They were afraid that the League would come to learn they were supporting it. They'll help me in other ways, innocent ways. If the scheme goes through, they will put the full resources of the state at my disposal." Mr. White rose, groped for his hat, and cleared his throat. "Dr. Van Heerden, you may be sure that I shall respect your confidence. With your very natural indignation I am in complete sympathy. But let us forget that you have spoken at all about the scheme in any detail, especially in so far as to its legality or otherwise. Let us forget, sir." Mr. White thrust his hands into the bosom of his coat, an attitude he associated with the subtle rhetoric of statesmanship. "Let us forget all save this, that you invite me to subscribe £40,000 to a syndicate for, let us say, model dwellings for the working classes, and that I am willing to subscribe, and in proof of my willingness will send you by the night's post a cheque for that amount. Good night, Doctor." He shook hands, pulled his hat down upon his head, opened the door, and ran into the arms of a man whose hand was at that moment raised to press the electric bell-push by the side of the door. Both started back. "Excuse me," mumbled Mr. White, and hurried down the stairs. Dr. Van Heerden glared at the visitor, white with rage. "Come in, you fool," he hissed, and half dragged the man into his room. "What made you leave Scotland?" "Scotland I hate," said the visitor huskily. "Sticking a fellow away in the wilds of beastly mountains, that's not playing the game, my cheery sportsman." "When did you arrive?" asked Van Heerden quickly. 7 p.m. Travelled third class. Me! Is it not the most absurd position for a man of my parts? Third class, with foul and common people. I'd like to rip them all up, I would, by heavens." The doctor surveyed the coarse, drink-bloated face, the loose, weak mouth, half smiled at the vanity of the dangling monocle, and pointed to the decanter. "You did wrong to come," he said. "I have arranged your passage to Canada next week." "I'll not go," said the man, tossing down a drink and wiping his lips with a not over-clean handkerchief. "Curse me, Van Heerden, why should I hide and fly like like a man who escaped from Cayenne?" suggested the doctor. "Or like a man who is wanted by the police of 3 countries for crimes ranging from arson to wilful murder?" The man shuddered. "All fair fights, my dear fellow," he said more mildly. "If I hadn't been a boastful, drunken sot, you wouldn't have heard of 'em, you wouldn't. Curse you! I was mad. I had you in my hand like that." He closed a not over-clean fist under Van Heerden's nose. "I saw it all. I saw you bullying the poor devil, shaking some secret out of him. I saw you knife him." "Hush!" hissed Van Heerden. "You fool! People can hear through these walls." "But there are no windows to see through," leered the man. "And I saw. He came out of his death trance to denounce you, by Jove. I heard him shout, and I saw you run in and lay him down. Lay him down. Lay him out is better. You killed him to shut his mouth, my bonny doctor." Van Heerden's face was as white as a sheet, but the hand he raised to his lips was without a tremor. "You were lucky to find me that night, dear lad," the man went on. "I was in a mind to split on you." "You have no cause to regret my finding you, Jackson," said the doctor. "I suppose you still call yourself by that name?" "Yes, Jackson," said the other promptly. "Jack, son of Jack.
Fine name, eh? Good enough for me, and good enough for anybody else. Yes, you've found me and done me well. I wish you hadn't. How I wish you hadn't." "Ungrateful fool," said Van Heerden. "I probably saved your life, hid you in Eastbourne, took you to London, whilst the police were searching for you." "For me," snarled the other. "A low trick, by the everlasting virtues! Don't be an idiot. Whose word would they have taken, yours or mine? Now let's talk. On Thursday next you sail for Quebec." He detailed his instructions at length, and the man called Jackson, mellowed by repeated visits to the decanter, listened and even approved. On the other side of the hallway, behind the closed door, Oliver Cresswell, her dining table covered with papers and books, was working hard. She was particularly anxious to show Mr. Beale a sample of her work in the morning, and was making a fair copy of what she had described to him that afternoon as her hotel list. "They are such queer names," she said. "There is one called Scobbs of Red Horse Valley. Scobbs!" He had laughed. "Strangely enough, I know Mr. Scobbs, who is quite a personage in that part of the world. He owns a chain of hotels in Western Canada. You mustn't leave him out." Even had she wished to, or even had the name been overlooked once, she could not have escaped it, for Jonas Scobbs was the proprietor of Scobbs Hotel in Falling Star City, of the Bellevue in Snakefence, of the Palace Hotel in Portage. After a while it began to lose its novelty, and she accepted the discovery of unsuspected properties of Mr. Scobbs as inevitable. She filled in the last ruled sheet and blotted it, gathered the sheets together and fastened them with a clip. She yawned as she rose, and realized that her previous night's sleep had been fitful. She wondered, as she began to undress, if she would dream of Scobbs, or no, she didn't want to dream of big-headed men with white faces, and the thought awoke a doubt in her mind. Had she bolted the door of her flat? She went along the passage in her stockinged feet, shot the bolts smoothly, and was aware of voices outside. They came to her clearly through the ventilator above the fanlight. She heard the doctor say something, and then a voice which she had not heard before. "Don't worry, I've a wonderful memory, by Jove." The murmur of the doctor did not reach her, but "Yes, yes, Scobbs Hotel, Red Horse Valley. Know the place well. Good night, dear old thing." A door banged, an uncertain footstep died away in the well of the stairs below, and she was left to recover from her amazement. End of Chapter 6. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 7 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 7. Plain Words from Mr. Beale. Oliver Cresswell did not feel at all sleepy, so she discovered by the time she was ready for bed. To retire in that condition of wakefulness meant another sleepless night, and she slipped a kimono over her head, found a book, and settled into the big wicker chair under the light for the half-hour's reading which would reduce her to the necessary state of drowsiness. The book, at any other time, would have held her attention, but now she found her thoughts wandering. On the other side of the wall, she regarded it with a new interest, was the young man who had so strangely intruded himself into her life. Or was he out? What would a man like that do with his evenings? He was not the sort of person who could find any pleasure in making a round of music halls, or sitting up half the night in a card-room. She heard a dull knock, and it came from the wall. Mr. Beale was at home then.
He had pushed a chair against the wall, or he was knocking in nails at this hour of the night. Thud, thud, thud. A pause. Thud, tap, thud, tap. The dull sound was as if made by a fist, the tap by a finger-tip. It was repeated. Suddenly the girl jumped up with a little laugh. He was signalling to her, and had sent O.C., her initials. She tapped 3 times with her finger, struck once with the flat of her hand, and tapped again. She had sent the "understood" message. Presently he began, and she jotted the message on the margin of her book. "Most urgent. Don't use soap. Bring it to office." She smiled faintly. She expected something more brilliant in the way of humour even from Mr. Beale. She tapped "acknowledged" and went to bed. "Matilda, my innocent child," she said to herself as she snuggled up under the bedclothes, "exchanging midnight signals with a lodger is neither proper nor ladylike." She had agreed with herself that, in spite of the latitude she was now allowed in the matter of office hours, that she would put in an appearance punctually at 10. This meant rising not later than 8, for she had her little household to put in order before she left. It was the postman's insistent knocking at 8:30 that woke her from a dreamless sleep, and, half awake, she dragged herself into her dressing-gown and went to the door. "Parcel, miss," said the invisible official, and put into the hand that came round the edge of the door a letter and a small package. She brought them to her sitting-room and pulled back the curtains. The letter was typewritten, and was on the note-paper of a well-known firm of perfumers. It was addressed to Miss Oliva Cresswell, and ran: "Dear Madam, we have pleasure in sending you for your use a sample cake of our new complexion soap, which we trust will meet with your approval." "But how nice!" she said, and wondered why she had been singled out for the favour. She opened the package. In a small carton, carefully wrapped in the thinnest paper, was an oval tablet of lavender-coloured soap that exhaled a delicate fragrance. "But how nice!" she said again, and put the gift in the bathroom. This was starting the day well, a small enough foundation for happiness, yet one which every woman knows, for happiness is made up of small and acceptable things, and, given the psychological moment, a bunch of primroses has a greater value than a rope of pearls. In her bath she picked up the soap and dropped it back in the tidy again quickly. "Don't use soap. Bring it to office." She remembered the message in a flash. Beale had known that this parcel was coming then, and his "most urgent" warning was not a joke. She dressed quickly, made a poor breakfast, and was at the office 10 minutes before the hour. She found her employer waiting, sitting in his accustomed place on the edge of the table in her office. He gave her a little nod of welcome, and without a word stretched out his hand. "This soap?" she asked. He nodded. She opened her bag. "Good," he said. "I see you have kept the wrappings. And that, I presume, is the letter which accompanied the—what shall I say, gift? Don't touch it with your bare hand," he said quickly. "Handle it with the paper." He pulled his gloves from his pocket and slipped them on, then took the cake of soap in his hand and carried it to the light, smelt it, and returned it to its paper. "Now let me see the letter." She handed it to him, and he read it. "From Brandon, the perfumers. They wouldn't be in it, but we had better make sure." He walked to the telephone and gave a number, and the girl heard him speaking in a low tone to somebody at the other end. Presently he put down the receiver and walked back, his hands thrust into his pockets. "They know nothing about this act of generosity," he said. By this time she had removed her coat and hat and hung them up, and had taken her place at her desk. She sat with her elbows on the blotting pad, her chin on her clasped hands, looking up at him. "I don't think it's fair that things should be kept from me any longer," she said. "Many mysterious things have happened in the past few days, and since they have all directly affected me, I think I am entitled to some sort of explanation." "I think you are," said Mr. Beale, with a twinkle in his grey eyes, "but I am not prepared to explain everything just yet. This much I will tell you, that had you used this soap this morning, by the evening you would have been covered from head to foot in a rather alarming and irritating rash." She gasped. "But who dared to send me this?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? But first let me ask you this, Miss Cresswell. Suppose to-night, when you had looked at yourself in the glass, you had discovered your face was covered with red blotches, and on further examination you found your arms, and indeed the whole of your body, similarly disfigured. What would you have done?" She thought for a moment. "Why, of course, I should have sent for the doctor." "Which doctor?" he asked carelessly. "Dr. Van Heerden." "Oh!" She looked at him resentfully. "You don't suggest that Dr. Van Heerden sent that hideous thing to me?" "I don't suggest anything," said Mr. Beale coolly. "I merely say that you would have sent for a doctor, and that that doctor would have been Dr. Van Heerden. I say further that he would have come to you and been very sympathetic, and would have ordered you to remain in bed for 4 or 5 days. I think, too," he said, looking up at the ceiling and speaking slowly, as though he were working out the possible consequences in his mind, "that he would have given you some very palatable medicine." "What are you insinuating?" she asked quietly. He did not reply immediately. "If you will get out of your mind the idea that I have any particular grievance against Dr. Van Heerden, that I regard him as a rival, a business rival, let us say, or that I have some secret grudge against him, and if in place of that suspicion you would believe that I am serving a much larger interest than is apparent to you, I think we might discuss," he smiled, "even Dr. Van Heerden, without such a discussion giving offence to you." She laughed. "I am really not offended. I am rather distressed, if anything," she said, knitting her brows. "You see, Dr. Van Heerden has always been most kind to me." Beale nodded. "He got you your rooms at the Flats," he replied quietly. "He was also ready to give you employment the moment you were providentially discharged from Punsonby's. Does it not strike you, Miss Cresswell, that every kind act of Dr. Van Heerden's has had a tendency to bring you together, into closer association, I mean? Does it not appear to you that the net result of all the things that might have happened to you in the past few days would have been to make you more and more dependent upon Dr. Van Heerden? For example, if you had gone into his employ, as he planned that you should?" "Planned!" she gasped. His face was grave now, and the laughter had gone out of his eyes. "Planned," he said quietly. "You were discharged from Punsonby's at Dr. Van Heerden's instigation." "I will not believe it." "That will not make it any less the fact," said Mr. Beale. "You were nearly arrested again at Dr. Van Heerden's instigation. He was waiting for you when you came back from Punsonby's, ready to offer you his job. When he discovered you had already engaged yourself, he telephoned to White, instructing him to have you arrested, so that you might be disgraced and might turn to him, your one loyal friend." She listened speechless. She could only stare at him, and could not even interrupt him, for her shrewd woman's instinct told her so convincingly that even her sense of loyalty could not eject the doubt which assailed her mind, that if there was not truth in what he was saying, there was at least probability. I suggest even more," Beale went on. "I suggest that for some purpose Dr. Van Heerden desires to secure a mental, physical, and moral ascendancy over you. In other words, he wishes to enslave you to his will." She looked at him in wonder and burst into a peal of ringing laughter. "Really, Mr. Beale, you are too absurd," she said. "Aren't I?" he smiled. "It sounds like something out of a melodrama. Why on earth should he want to secure a mental ascendancy over me? Do you suggest—" She flushed. "I suggest nothing any longer," said Beale, slipping off from the end of the table. "I merely make a statement of fact. I do not think he has any designs on you within the conventional meaning of that phrase. Indeed, I think he wants to marry you. What do you think about that?" She had recovered something of her poise, and her sense of humour was helping her out of a situation which, without such a gift, might have been an embarrassing one. "I think you have been seeing too many plays and reading too many exciting books, Mr. Beale," she said. "I confess I have never regarded Dr. Van Heerden as a possible suitor, and if I thought he was, I should be immensely flattered. But may I suggest to you that there are other ways of winning a girl than by giving her nettle rash?" They laughed together. "All right," he said, swinging up his hat. "Proceed with the good work and seek out the various domiciles of Mr. Scobbs." Then she remembered. "Do you know," he was at the door when she spoke, and he stopped and turned, "the name of Mr. Scobbs gives me a cold shiver." "Why?" "Answer me this," she said. "Why should I, who have never heard of him before until yesterday, hear his name mentioned by a perfect stranger?" The smile died away from his face. "Who mentioned him? No, it isn't idle curiosity," he said, in face of her derisive finger. "I am really serious. Who mentioned his name?" "A visitor of Dr. Van Heerden's. I heard them talking through the ventilator while I was bolting my door." A visitor to Dr. Van Heerden, and he mentioned Mr. Scobbs, of Red Horse Valley, he said half to himself. "You didn't see the man?" "No." "You just heard him? No names were mentioned?" "None," she said. "Is it a frightfully important matter?" "It is, rather," he replied. "We have got to get busy." And with this cryptic remark he left her. The day passed as quickly as its predecessor. The tabulation at which she was working grew, until by the evening there was a pile of sheets in the left-hand cupboard, covered with her fine writing. She might have done more, but for the search she had to make for a missing report, to verify one of her facts. It was not on the shelf, and she was about to abandon her search and postpone the confirmation till she saw Beale, when she noticed a cupboard beneath the shelves. It was unlocked, and she opened it and found, as she had expected, that it was full of books, amongst which was the missing documentation she sought. With a view to future contingencies, she examined the contents of the cupboard, and was arrested by a thin volume which bore no inscription or title on its blank cover. She opened it, and on the title page read, "The Millenborn Murder." The author's name was not given, and the contents were made up of a very careful analysis of evidence given by the various witnesses at the inquest, and plans and diagrams with little red crosses to show where every actor in the tragedy had been. She read the first page idly and turned it. She was halfway down the second page when she uttered a little exclamation, for a familiar name was there, the name of Dr. Van Heerden. Fascinated, she read the story to the end, half expecting that the name of Mr. Beale would occur. There were many names, all unknown to her, and the one that occurred with the greatest frequency was that of James Kitson. Mr. Beale did not appear to have played any part. She read for an hour, sitting on the floor by the cupboard. She reached the last page, closed the book, and slipped it back in the cupboard. She wondered why Beale had preserved this record, and whether his antagonism to the doctor was founded on that case. At first she thought she identified him with the mysterious man who had appeared in the plantation before the murder, but a glance back at the description of the stranger dispelled that idea. For all the reputation he had, Mr. Beale did not have an inflamed, swollen countenance, colourless, bloodshot eyes, nor was he bald. She was annoyed with herself that she had allowed her work to be interrupted, and in penance decided to remain on until 6 instead of 5 o'clock, as she had intended. Besides, she half expected that Mr. Beale would return, and was surprised to discover that she was disappointed that he had not. At 6 o'clock she dismissed the boy, closed and locked the office, and made her way downstairs into the crowded street. To her surprise, she heard her name spoken, and turned to face Dr. Van Heerden. "I have been waiting for you for nearly an hour," he said with good-humoured reproach. "And your patients are probably dying like flies," she countered. It was in her mind to make some excuse and go home alone, but curiosity got the better of her, and impelled her to wait to discover the object of this unexpected visitation. "How did you know where I was working?" she asked, as the thought occurred to her. He laughed. "It was a very simple matter. I was on my way to a patient, and I saw you coming out to lunch," he said, "and as I found myself in the neighbourhood an hour ago, I thought I would wait and take you home. You are doing a very foolish thing," he added. "What do you mean? In stopping to talk to you when I ought to be on my way home for tea?" "No, in engaging yourself to a man like Beale. You know the reputation he has. My dear girl, I was shocked when I discovered who your employer was." "I don't think you need to distress yourself on my account, doctor," she said quietly. "Really, Mr. Beale is quite pleasant. In his lucid moments," she smiled to herself. She was not being disloyal to her employer. If he chose to encourage suspicion in his mode of life, he must abide by the consequences. But a drunkard, faugh! The exquisite doctor shivered. "I have always tried to be a friend of yours, Miss Creswell, and I hope you are going to let me continue to be, and my advice to you in that capacity is, give Mr. Beale notice." "How absurd you are," she laughed. "There's no reason in the world why I should do anything of the kind. Mr. Beale has treated me with the greatest consideration." "What is he, by the way?" asked the doctor. "He's an agent of some sort," said the girl, "but I am sure you don't want me to discuss his business. And now I must go, doctor, if you will excuse me." "One moment," he begged. "I have a cab here. Won't you come and have tea somewhere?" "Where is somewhere?" she asked. "The Grand Alliance," he suggested. She nodded slowly. End of Chapter 7. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 8 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 8. The Crime of the Grand Alliance. The hotel and the café of the Grand Alliance was London's newest rendezvous. Its great palm court was crowded at the tea hour, and if, as the mysterious Mr. Beale had hinted, any danger was to be apprehended from Dr. Van Heerden, it could not come to her in that most open of public places. She had no fear but that eighth sense of armed caution which is the possession of every girl who has to work for her living, and is conscious of the perils which await her on every side, reviewed with lightning speed all the possibilities, and gave her the passport of approval. It was later than she had thought. Only a few tables were occupied, but he had evidently reserved one, for immediately on his appearance the waiter, with a smirk, led him to one of the alcoves and pulled back a chair for the girl. She looked round as she stripped her gloves. The place was not unfamiliar to her. It was here she came at rare intervals, when her finances admitted of such an hilarious recreation, to find comfort for jangled nerves, to sit and sip her tea to the sound of violins, and watch the happy crowd at her leisure, absorbing something of the happiness they diffused. The Palm Court was a spacious marble hall, a big circle of polished pillars supporting the dome, through the tinted glass of which the light was filtered in soft hues upon the marble floor below. "Doctor," she said, suddenly remembering, "I have been reading quite a lot about you to-day." He raised his eyebrows. "About me?" She nodded, smiling mischievously. "I didn't know that you were such a famous person. I have been reading about the Millenborn murder." "You have been reading about the Millenborn murder?" he said steadily, looking into her eyes. "An unpleasant case, and one I should like to forget." "I thought it was awfully thrilling," she said. "I read it like a detective story without a satisfactory end." He laughed. "What a perfectly gruesome subject for tea-table talk," he said lightly, and beckoned the head waiter. "You're keeping us waiting, Jacques." "Doctor, it will be but a few minutes," pleaded the waiter, and then in a low voice, which was not so low that it did not reach the girl, "We have had some trouble this afternoon, doctor, with your friend." "My friend?" The doctor looked up sharply. "Whom do you mean?" "This Mr. Jackson." "Jackson," said the doctor, startled. "I thought he had left." "He was to leave this morning by the 10 o'clock train, but he had a fainting fit. We recovered him with brandy, and he was too well, for this afternoon he fainted again." "Where is he now?" asked Van Heerden, after a pause. "In his room, monsieur. Tonight he leave for Ireland. This he tell me, to catch the mail steamer at Queenstown." "Don't let him know I'm here," said the doctor. He turned to the girl with a shrug. "A dissolute friend of mine whom I am sending out to the colonies," he said. "Won't you go see him?" she asked. "He must be very ill if he faints." "I think not," said Dr. Van Heerden quietly. "These little attacks are not serious. He had one in my room the other night. It is a result of overindulgence, and 6 months in Canada will make a man of him." She did not reply. With difficulty she restrained an exclamation. So that was the man who had been in the doctor's room, and who was going to Red Horse Valley. She would have dearly loved to supplement her information about Mr. Scobbs, proprietor of many hotels, and to have mystified him with her knowledge of Western Canada, but she refrained. Instead, she took up the conversation where he had tried to break it off. "Do you know Mr. Kitson?" "Kitson? Oh, yes, you mean the lawyer man," he replied reluctantly. "I know him, but I am afraid I don't know much that is good about him. Now I'm going to tell you, Miss Creswell," he leant across the table and spoke in a lower tone, "something that I have never told a human being. You raised the question of the Millenborn murder. My view is that Kitson, the lawyer, knew much more about that murder than any man in this world. If there's anybody who knows more, it is Beale." "Mr. Beale?" she said incredulously. "Mr. Beale," he repeated. "You know the story of the murder?"
You say you have read it. Millenborn was dying, and I had left the room with Kitson when somebody entered the window and stabbed John Millenborn to the heart. I have every reason to believe that that murder was witnessed by this very man I am sending to Canada. He persists in denying that he saw anything, but later he may change his tune." A light dawned upon her. "Then Jackson is the man who was seen by Mr. Kitson in the plantation?" "Exactly," said the doctor. "But I don't understand," she said, perplexed. "Aren't the police searching for Jackson?" "I do not think that it is the interests of justice that they should find him," he said gravely. "I place the utmost reliance on him. I am sending Mr. Jackson to a farm in Ontario, kept by a medical friend of mine who has made a hobby of dealing with dipsomaniacs." He met her eyes unfalteringly. "Dr. Van Hadden," she said slowly, "you are sending Mr. Jackson to Red Horse Valley." He started back as if he had been struck in the face, and for a moment was inarticulate. What do you know?" he asked incoherently. His face had grown white, his eyes tragic with fear. She was alarmed at the effect of her words, and hastened to remove the impression she had created. "I only know that I heard Mr. Jackson through the ventilator of my flat, saying good-bye to you the other night. He mentioned Red Horse Valley." He drew a deep breath, and was master of himself again, but his face was still pale. "Oh, that," he said, "that is a polite fiction. Jackson knows of this inebriate's home in Ontario, and I had to provide him with a destination. He will go no farther than— Why, curse my life, if it isn't the doctor!" At the sound of the raucous voice both looked up. The man called Jackson had hailed them from the centre of the hall. He was well dressed, but no tailor could compensate for the repulsiveness of that puckered and swollen face, those malignant eyes which peered out into the world through two slits. He was wearing his loud-checked suit, his new hat was in his hand, and the conical-shaped dome of his head glistened baldly. "I'm cursed if this isn't amiable of you, doctor." He did not look at the girl, but grinned complacently upon her angry companion. "Here I am," he threw out his arms with an extravagant gesture, "leaving the country of my adoption, if not birth, without one solitary soul to see me off or take farewell of me. I, who have been—well, you know what I've been, Van Heerden. The world has treated me very badly, by heaven. I'd like to come back a billionaire and ruin all of 'em. I'd like to cut their throats and amputate 'em limb from limb. I would like—" "Be silent," said Van Heerden angrily. "Have you no decency? Do you not realize I am with a lady?" "Pardon." The man called Jackson leapt up from the chair into which he had fallen, and bowed extravagantly in the direction of the girl. "I cannot see your face because of your hat, my dear lady," he said gallantly, "but I am sure my friend Van Heerden, whose taste—" "Will you be quiet?" said Van Heerden. "Go to your room, and I will come up to you." "Go to my room," scoffed the other. "By Jove, I like that any whipper-snapper of a sawbones should tell me to go to my room. After what I have been, after the position I have held in society, I have had ambassadors' carriages at my door, my dear fellow, princes of the royal blood, and to be told to go to my room like a naughty little boy, it's too much." "Then behave yourself," said Van Heerden, "and at least wait until I am free before you approach me again." But the man showed no inclination to move. Rather did this rebuff stimulate his power of reminiscence. "Ignore me, miss. I have not your name, but I am sure it is a noble one," he said. "You see before you one who in his time has been a squire of dames, by Jove. I can't remember 'em. They must number thousands, and only one of 'em was worth 2 sous. Yes," he shook his head in melancholy, "only one of 'em, by Jove! The rest were—" he snapped his fingers, "that for 'em." The girl listened against her will. "Jackson!" and Van Heerden's voice trembled with passion. "Will you go, or must I force you to go?" Jackson rose with a loud laugh. "Evidently I am de trop," he said with heavy sarcasm. He held out a swollen hand, which Van Heerden ignored. "Farewell, mademoiselle." He thrust the hand forward so that she could not miss it. She took it, a cold, flabby thing which sent a shudder of loathing through her frame, and raised her face to his for the first time. He let the hand drop. He was staring at her with open mouth and features distorted with horror. "You!" he croaked. She shrunk back against the wall of the alcove, but he made no movement. She sensed the terror and agony in his voice. "You!" he gasped. "Mary!" "Hang you! Go!" roared Van Heerden, and thrust him back. But though he staggered back a pace under the weight of the other's arm, his eyes did not leave the girl's face, and she, fascinated by the appeal in the face of the wreck, could not turn hers away. "Mary," he whispered, "what is your other name?" With an effort the girl recovered herself. "My name is not Mary," she said quietly. "My name is Oliver Cresswell." "Oliver Cresswell," he repeated. "Oliver Cresswell." He made a movement toward her, but Van Heerden barred his way. She heard Jackson say something in a strangled voice, and heard Van Heerden's sharp "What?" and there was a fierce exchange of words. The attention of the few people in the Palm Court had been attracted to the unusual spectacle of two men engaged in what appeared to be a struggle. Sit down, you fool! Sit over there. I will come to you in a minute. Can you swear what you say is true?" Jackson nodded. He was shaking from head to foot. "My name is Prideaux," he said. "That is my daughter. I married in the name of Cresswell. My daughter," he repeated. "How wonderful!" "What are you going to do?" asked Van Heerden. He had half led, half pushed the other to a chair near one of the pillars of the rotunda. "I'm going to tell her," said the wreck. "What are you doing with her?" he demanded fiercely. "That is no business of yours," replied Van Heerden sharply. "No business of mine, eh? I'll show you it's some business of mine. I am going to tell her all I know about you. I have been a rotter, and worse than a rotter." The old flippancy had gone, and the harsh voice was vibrant with purpose. "My path has been littered with the wrecks of human lives," he said bitterly, "and they are mostly women. I broke the heart of the best woman in the world, and I'm going to see that you don't break the heart of her daughter." "Will you be quiet?" hissed Van Heerden. "I will go and get her away, and then I will come back to you." Jackson did not reply. He sat huddled up in his chair, muttering to himself, and Van Heerden walked quickly back to the girl. "I'm afraid I shall have to let you go back by yourself. He is having one of his fits. I think it is delirium tremens." "Don't you think you had better send for—" she began. She was going to say, "Send for a doctor," and the absurdity of the request struck her. "I think you had better go," he said hastily, with a glance at the man who was struggling to his feet. "I can't tell you how sorry I am that we have had this scene." "Stop!" It was Jackson's voice. He stood swaying halfway between the chair he had left and the alcove, and his trembling finger was pointing at them. "Stop!" he said in a commanding voice. "Stop! I've got something to say to you. I know he's making you pay for the green rust." So far he got when he reeled and collapsed in a heap on the floor. The doctor sprang forward, lifted him, and carried him to the chair by the pillar. He picked up the overcoat that the man had been wearing, and spread it over him. "It's a fainting fit, nothing to be alarmed about," he said to the little knot of people from the tables who had gathered about the limp figure. "Jacques," he called the head waiter, "get some brandy. He must be kept warm." "Shall I ring for an ambulance, monsieur?" "'Tis not necessary," said Van Heerden. "He will recover in a few moments. Just leave him." And he walked back to the alcove. "Who is he?" asked the girl, and her voice was shaking in spite of herself. "He is a man I knew in his better days," said Van Heerden. "And now I think you must go." "I would rather wait to see if he recovers," she said with some obstinacy. "I want you to go," he said earnestly. "You would please me very much if you would do as I ask." "There's the waiter," she interrupted. "He has the brandy. Won't you give it to him?" It was the doctor who, in the presence of the assembled visitors, dissolved a white pellet in the brandy before he forced the clenched teeth apart and poured the liquor to the last drop down the man's throat. Jackson, or Prédeaux, to give him his real name, shuddered as he drank, shuddered again a few seconds later, and then went suddenly limp. The doctor bent down and lifted his eyelid. "I am afraid he is dead," he said in a low voice. "Dead!" The girl stared at him. "Oh, no, not dead!" Van Heerden nodded. "Heart failure," he said. "The same kind of heart failure that killed John Millenborn," said a voice behind him. "The cost of the green rust is totalling up, doctor." The girl swung round. Mr. Beale was standing at her elbow, but his steady eyes were fixed upon Van Heerden. End of Chapter 8. Recorded by Kirsten Wever. Chapter 9 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Wever. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 9. A Crime Against the World. "What do you mean?" asked Dr. Van Heerden. "I merely repeat the words of the dead man," answered Beale. "Heart failure." He picked up from the table the leather case which the doctor had taken from his pocket. There were 4 little phials, and one of these was uncorked. "Digitalis," he read. "That shouldn't kill him, doctor." He looked at Dr. Van Heerden thoughtfully, then picked up the phial again. It bore the label of a well-known firm of wholesale chemists, and the seal had apparently been broken for the first time when Dr. Van Heerden opened the tiny bottle. "You have sent for the police?" Beale asked the agitated manager. "Oui, monsieur, directly. They come now, I think." He walked to the vestibule to meet 3 men in plain clothes who had just come through the swing doors. There was something about Van Heerden's attitude which struck Beale as strange. He was standing in the exact spot he had stood when the detective had addressed him. It seemed as if something rooted him to the spot. He did not move, even when the ambulance men were lifting the body, nor when the police were taking particulars of the circumstances of the death. And Beale, escorting the shaken girl up the broad staircase to a room where she could rest and recover, looked back over his shoulder and saw him still standing, his head bent, his fingers smoothing his beard. "'Twas dreadful, dreadful," said the girl with a shiver. "I have never seen anybody die. It was awful." Beale nodded. His thoughts were set on the doctor. Why had he stood so motionless? He was not the kind of man to be shocked by so normal a phenomenon as death. He was a doctor, and such sights were common to him. What was the reason for this strange paralysis which kept him chained to the spot even after the body had been removed?
The girl was talking, but he did not hear her. He knew instinctively that in Van Heerden's curious attitude was the solution of Prédeaux's death. "Excuse me a moment," he said. He passed with rapid strides from the room, down the broad stairway, and into the Palm Court. Van Heerden had gone. The explanation flashed upon him, and he hurried to the spot where the doctor had stood. On the tessellated floor was a little patch, no bigger than a saucer, which had been recently washed. He beckoned the manager. "Who has been cleaning this tile?" he asked. The manager shrugged his shoulders. "It was the doctor. So eccentric. He called for a glass of water, and he dip his handkerchief in it, and lift up his foot. With rapidity incredible, he washed the floor with his handkerchief." "Fool!" snapped Beale. "Oh, hopeless fool!" "Sir!" said the startled manager. "It's all right, Monsieur Barry," smiled Beale ruefully. "I was addressing myself. Oh, what a fool I've been." He went down on his knees and examined the floor. "I want this tile. Don't let anybody touch it," he said. Of course Van Heerden had stood because under his foot he had crushed the digitalis tablet he had taken from the file, and for which he had substituted something more deadly. Had he moved, the powdered tablet would have been seen. It was simple, horribly simple. He walked slowly back to where he had left Oliva. What followed seemed ever after like a bad dream to the girl. She was stunned by the tragedy which had happened under her eyes, and could offer no evidence which in any way assisted the police in their subsequent investigation, the sum of which was ably set forth in the columns of the Post Record. "The tragedy which occurred in the Palm Court of the Grand Alliance Hotel yesterday must be added to the already long list of London's unravelled mysteries. The deceased, a man named Jackson, has been staying at the hotel for a week, and was on the point of departure for Canada. At the last moment, Dr. Van Heerden, who was assisting the unfortunate man, discovered that Jackson was no other than the wanted man in the Millenborn murder, a crime which most of our readers will recall. Dr. Van Heerden stated to our representative that the man had represented that he was a friend of the late John Millenborn, but was anxious to get to Canada. He had produced excellent credentials, and Dr. Van Heerden, in a spirit of generosity, offered to assist him. At the 11th hour, however, he was struck with the likeness the man bore to the published description of the missing man in the Millenborn case, and was on the point of telegraphing to the authorities at Liverpool when he discovered that Jackson had missed the train. The present tragedy points to suicide. The man, it will be remembered, collapsed, and Dr. Van Heerden rendered first aid, administering to the man a perfectly harmless drug. The post-mortem examination reveals the presence in the body of a considerable quantity of cyanide of potassium, and the police theory is that this was self-administered before the collapse. In the man's pocket was discovered a number of cyanide tablets. "I am satisfied," said Dr. Van Heerden, "that the man already contemplated the deed, and when I voiced my suspicions in the Palm Court, he decided upon the action. The presence in his pocket of cyanide, of one of the deadliest and quickest of poisons, suggests that he had the project in his mind. I did not see his action, or, of course, I should have stopped him." Oliva Cresswell read this account in her room 2 nights following the tragedy, and was struck by certain curious inaccuracies, if all that the doctor had told her was true. Mr. Beale read the account, smiled across the table grimly to the bearded superintendent of the Criminal Investigation Department. "How does that strike you for ingenuity?" he said, pushing the paper over the table. "I have read it," said the other laconically. "I think we have sufficient evidence to arrest Van Heerden. The tile from the Grand Alliance shows traces of digitalis." Beale shook his head. "The case would fall," he said. "What evidence have you? We did not confiscate his medicine case. He might have dropped a tablet of digitalis by accident. The only evidence you could convict Van Heerden on is proof that he brought with him cyanide tablets, which he slipped into Prédeaux's pocket. No, we can prove nothing. What is your theory in connection with the crime?" "I have many theories," said Mr. Beale, rising and pacing the room, "and one certainty. I am satisfied that Millenborn was killed by Dr. Van Heerden. He was killed because, during the absence of Mr. Kitson in the village, the doctor forced from the dying man a secret which, up till then, he had jealously preserved. When Kitson returned, he found his friend, as he thought, in extremis, and Van Heerden also thought that John Millenborn would not speak again. To his surprise, Millenborn did speak, and Van Heerden, fearful of having his villainy exposed, stabbed him to the heart under the pretext of assisting him to lie down. Something different occurred at the Grand Alliance Hotel. A man swoons. Immediately he is picked up by the doctor, who gives him a harmless drug, that is to say, harmless in small quantities. In 5 seconds the man is dead. At the inquest we find he has been poisoned. Cyanide is found in his pocket. And who is this man? Obviously the identical person who witnessed the murder of John Millenborn, and whom we have been trying to find ever since that crime. "Van Heerden won't escape the third time. His presence will be a little more than a coincidence," said the superintendent. Beale laughed. "There will be no third time," he said shortly. "Van Heerden is not a fool." "Have you any idea what the secret was that he wanted to get from old Millenborn?" asked the detective. Beale nodded. "Yes, I know pretty well," he said, "and in course of time you will know too." The detective was glancing over the newspaper account. "I see the jury returned a verdict of suicide whilst of unsound mind," he said. "This case ought to injure Van Heerden, anyway." "That is where you are wrong," said Beale, stopping in his stride. "Van Heerden has so manoeuvred the pressmen that he comes out with an enhanced reputation. You will probably find articles in the weekly papers written and signed by him, giving his views on the indiscriminate sales of poisons. He will move in a glamour of romance, and his consulting rooms will be thronged by new admirers." "It's a rum case," said the superintendent, rising, "and if you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Beale, you're one of the rummiest men that figure in it. I can't quite make you out. You are not a policeman, and yet we have orders from the Foreign Office to give you every assistance. What's the game?" "The biggest game in the world," said Beale promptly. "A game which, if it succeeds, will bring misery and suffering to thousands, and will bring great businesses tumbling, and set you and your children and your children's children working for hundreds of years to pay off a new national debt." "Man alive," said the other, "are you serious?" Beale nodded. "I was never more serious in my life," he said. "That is why I don't want the police to be too inquisitive in regard to this murder of Jackson, whose real name, as I say, is Prédeaux. I can tell you this, Chief, that you are seeing the development of the most damnable plot that has ever been hatched in the brain of the worst miscreant that history knows. Sit down again. Do you know what happened last year?" he asked. "Last year?" said the superintendent. "Why, the war ended last year." "The war ended, Germany was beaten, and had to accept terms humiliating for a proud nation. But fortunately for her, Prussia was not proud. She was merely arrogant. Her worst blow was the impoverishing conditions which the Entente Powers imposed. That is to say, they demanded certain concessions of territory and money which, added to the enormous interest of war stock which the Germans had to pay, promised to cripple Prussia for 100 years. "Well?" said the detective, when the other had stopped. "Well," repeated Beale, with a hard little smile, "Germany is going to get that money back." "War?" Beale laughed. "No, nothing so foolish as war. Germany has had all the war she wants. Oh no, there'll be no war. Do you imagine that we should go to war because I came to the Foreign Office with a crazy story? I can tell you this, that officially the German government have no knowledge of this plot, and are quite willing to repudiate those people who are engaged in it. Indeed, if the truth be told, the government has not contributed a single mark to bring the scheme to fruition, but when it is working, all the money required will be instantly found. At present, the inventor of this delightful little scheme finds himself with insufficient capital to go ahead. It is his intention to secure that capital. There are many ways by which this can be done. He has already borrowed £40,000 from White of Punsonby's." Superintendent Macnorton whistled. "There are other ways," Beale went on, "and he is at liberty to try them all except one. The day he secures control of that fortune, that day I shoot him." "The deuce you will," said the startled Mr. Macnorton. "The deuce I will," repeated Beale. There was a tap at the door, and Macnorton rose. "Don't go," said Beale. "I would like to introduce you to this gentleman." He opened the door, and a grey-haired man with a lean, ascetic face came in. Beale closed the door behind him, and led the way to the dining-room. "Mr. Kitson, I should like you to know Superintendent Macnorton." The two men shook hands. "Well," said Kitson, "our medical friend seems to have got away with it." He sat at the table, nervously drumming with his fingers. "Does the superintendent know everything?" "Nearly everything," replied Beale. "Nearly everything," repeated the superintendent with a smile, "except this great green rust business. There, I admit, I am puzzled." "Even I know nothing about that," said Kitson, looking curiously at Beale. "I suppose one of these days you will tell us all about it. It is a discovery Mr. Beale happened upon whilst he was engaged in protecting Miss—" He looked at Beale, and Beale nodded. "Miss Cresswell," said Kitson. "The lady who was present at the murder of Jackson? There is no reason why we should not take you into our confidence, the more so since the necessity for secrecy is rapidly passing. Miss Oliva Cresswell is the niece of John Millenborn. Her mother married a scamp who called himself Cresswell, but whose real name was Prideaux. He first spent every penny she had, and then left her and her infant child." "Prideaux!" cried the detective. "Why, you told me that was Jackson's real name." "Jackson or Prideaux was her father," said Kitson. "It was believed that he was dead, but after John Millenborn's death I set inquiries on foot and discovered that he had been serving a life sentence in Cayenne, and had been released when the French President proclaimed a general amnesty at the close of the war. He was evidently on his way to see John Millenborn the day my unhappy friend was murdered, and it was the recognition of his daughter in the Palm Court of the Grand Alliance which produced a fainting fit to which he was subject." "But how could he recognize the daughter? Had he seen her before?" For answer Kitson took from his pocket a leather folder and opened it. There were two photographs, one of a beautiful woman in the fashion of 25 years before, and one a snapshot of a girl in a modern costume, whom Macnorton had no difficulty in recognizing as Oliva Cresswell. "Yes," he said, "they might be the same person." "That's the mother on the left," explained Kitson. "The resemblance is remarkable. When Jackson saw the girl, he called her Mary. That was his wife's name. Millenborn left the whole of his fortune to Miss Cresswell, but he placed upon me a solemn charge that she was not to benefit or to know of her inheritance until she was married. He had a horror of fortune hunters. This was the secret which Van Heerden surprised, I fear with violence, from poor John as he lay dying. Since then he has been plotting to marry the girl. To do him justice, I believe that the cold-blooded hound has no other wish than to secure her money. His acquaintance with White, who is on the verge of ruin, enabled him to get to know the girl. He persuaded her to come here, and a flat was found for her, partly, said the lawyer dryly, because this block of flats happens to be her own property, and the lady who is supposed to be the landlady is a nominee of mine. "And I suppose that explains Mr. Beale," smiled the inspector. "That explains Mr. Beale," said Kitson, "whom I brought from New York especially to shadow Van Heerden and to protect the girl. In the course of investigations, Mr. Beale has made another discovery, the particulars of which I do not know." There was a little pause. "Why not tell the girl?" said the superintendent. Kitson shook his head. "I have thought it out, and to tell the girl would be tantamount to breaking my faith with John Millenborn. No, I must simply shepherd her. The first step we must take," he turned to Beale, "is to get her away from this place. Can't you shift your offices to, say, New York?" Beale shook his head. "I can and I can't," he said. "If you will forgive my saying so, the matter of the Green Rust is of infinitely greater importance than Miss Cresswell's safety." James Kitson frowned. "I don't like to hear you say that, Beale." "I don't like to hear myself saying it," confessed the other. "But let me put it this way. I believe by staying here I can afford her greater protection, and at the same time put a spoke in the wheel of Mr. Van Heerden's larger scheme." Kitson pinched his lips thoughtfully. "Perhaps you are right," he said. "Now I want to see this young lady. That is why I have come. I suppose there will be no difficulty?" "None at all, I think," said Beale. "I will tell her that you are interested in the work she is doing. I might introduce you as Mr. Scobbs." He smiled. "Who is Scobbs?" "He is a proprietor of a series of hotels in Western Canada, and is, I should imagine, a most praiseworthy and inoffensive captain of minor industry. But Miss Cresswell is rather interested in him." He laughed. She found the name occurring in Canadian guide-books, and was struck by its quaintness. "Scobbs," said the lawyer slowly. "I seem to know that name." "You had better know it if I am going to introduce you as Scobbs himself," laughed Beale. "Shall I be in the way?" asked the superintendent. "No, please stay," said Beale. "I would like you to see this lady. We may want your official assistance one of these days to get her out of a scrape." Mr. Beale passed out of the flat and pressed the bell of the door next to his. There was no response. He pressed it again after an interval and stepped back to look at the fanlight. No light showed, and he took out his watch. It was 9 o'clock. He had not seen the girl all day, having been present at the inquest, but he had heard her door close 2 hours before. No reply came to his second ring, and he went back to his flat. "She's out," he said. "I don't quite understand it. I particularly requested her yesterday not to go out after dark for a day or two." He walked into his bedroom and opened the window. The light of day was still in the sky, but he took a small electric lamp to guide him along the narrow steel balcony which connected all the flats with the fire escape. He found her window closed and bolted, but with the skill of a professional burglar he unfastened the catch and stepped inside. The room was in darkness. He switched on the light and glanced round. It was Oliva's bedroom, and her work-day hat and coat were lying on the bed. He opened the long cupboard where she kept her limited wardrobe. He knew, because it was his business to know, every dress she possessed. They were all there, as also were the 3 hats which she kept on a shelf. All the drawers of the bureau were closed, and there was no sign of any disorder, such as might be expected if she had changed and gone out. He opened the door of the bedroom and walked into the sitting room, lighting his way across to the electric switch by means of his lamp. The moment the light flooded the room, he realized that something was wrong. There was no disorder, but the room conveyed in some indescribable manner a suggestion of violence. An object on the floor attracted his attention, and he stooped and picked it up. It was a shoe, and the strap which had held it in place was broken. He looked at it, slipped it in his pocket, and passed rapidly through the other rooms to the little kitchen and the tiny bathroom, put on the light in the hall, and made a careful scrutiny of the walls and the floor. The mat was twisted out of its place, and on the left side of the wall there were 2 long scratches. There was a faint, sickly odour. Ether, he noted mentally. He went quickly into the dining room. The little bureau desk was open, and a letter, half finished, was lying on the pad, and it was addressed to him, and ran: "Dear Mr. Beale, circumstances beyond my control make it necessary for me to leave to-night for Liverpool." That was all. It was obviously half finished. He picked it up, folded it carefully, and slipped it in his pocket. Then he returned to the hall, opened the door, and passed out. He explained briefly what had happened, and crossed to the doctor's flat and rang the bell. End of Chapter 9. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 10 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 10. A Fruitless Search. A light glowed in the hall, the door was opened, and the doctor, in slippers and velvet coat, stood in the entrance. He showed no resentment, nor did he have time to show it. "I want a word with you," said Beale. "Twenty, if you wish," said the doctor cheerfully. "Won't you come in?" Beale was halfway in before the invitation was issued, and followed the doctor to his study. "Are you alone?" he asked. "Quite alone. I have very few visitors. In fact, my last visitor was that unhappy man Jackson." "When did you see Miss Cresswell last?" The doctor raised his eyebrows. "By what right?" he began. "Cut all that out," said Beale roughly. "When did you see Miss Cresswell last?" "I have not seen her to-day," said the doctor. "I have not been out of my flat since I came back from the inquest." "I should like to search your flat," said Beale. "Policeman, eh?" smiled the doctor. "Certainly you can search the flat if you have a warrant." "I have no warrant, but I shall search your flat." The doctor's face went dull red. "I suppose you know you are liable to an action for trespass?" "I know all about that," said Beale. "But if you have nothing to conceal, Dr. Van Heerden, I don't see why you should object." "I don't object," shrugged the doctor. "Search by all means. Where would you like to start? Here?" He pointed to 3 upright cases which stood at the end of the room nearest the door. "You will see nothing very pleasant here. They are anatomical models which have just arrived from Berlin. In fact, I have been trading with the enemy." He smiled. "They are screwed up, but I have a screwdriver here." Beale hesitated. "There is only another room," the doctor went on. "My pet room, but you will not find her there." Beale twisted round like lightning. "Her?" he asked. "Who said her?" "I gather you are looking for Miss Creswell," said the doctor coolly. "You are searching for something, and you asked me when I last saw her. Who else could you be looking for?" "Quite right," he said quietly. "Let me show you the way." The doctor walked ahead and turned on the light in the inner bedroom. It was a large apartment, simply furnished with a small steel bed, a hanging wardrobe, and a dressing chest. Beyond that was his bath. Beale was making a casual survey of this when he heard the door of the bedroom click behind him. He turned round, jumped for the door, turned the handle and pulled, but it did not yield. As he did so, he thought he heard a mutter of voices. "Open the door!" he cried, hammering on the panel. There was no answer. Then, "Mr. Beale!" His blood froze at the wild appeal in the tone, for it was the voice of Oliver Cresswell, and it came from the room he had quitted. He smashed at the panel, but it was made of tough oak. His revolver was in his hand, and the muzzle was against the lock when the handle turned and the door opened. "Did you lock yourself in?" smiled the doctor, looking blandly at the other's pale face. "Where is the girl? Where is Miss Cresswell?" he demanded. "I heard her voice." "You are mad, my friend. Where is Miss Cresswell?" His hand dropped on the other's shoulder and gripped it with a force that made the other shrink. With an oath the doctor flung him off. "Hang you, you madman! How should I know?" "I heard her voice." "It was imagination," said the doctor. "I would have opened the door to you before, but I had walked out into the passage, and I had rung Miss Creswell's bell. I found the door open. I suppose you had been in. I just shut the door and came back here." Without a word, Beale thrust him aside. He had taken one step to the door when he stopped. At the end of the room had been the 3 long anatomical cases. Now there were only 2. One had gone. He did not stop to question the man. He bounded through the door and raced down the stairs. There was no vehicle in sight, and only a few pedestrians. At the corner of the street he found a policeman who had witnessed nothing unusual, and had not seen any conveyance carrying a box. As he returned slowly to the entrance of Crewman Mansions, something made him look up. The doctor was leaning out of the window, smoking a cigar. "Found her?" he asked mockingly. Beale made no reply. He came up the stairs, walked straight through the open door of the doctor's flat, and confronted that calm man as he leant against the table, his hands gripping the edge, a cigar in the corner of his mouth, and a smile of quiet amusement on his bearded lips. "Well," he asked, "did you find her?" "I did not find her, but I am satisfied that you will." Van Heerden's eyes did not falter. "I am beginning to think, Mr. Beale, that overindulgence in alcoholic stimulants has turned your brain," he said mockingly. "You come into my apartment and demand, with an heroic gesture, where I am concealing a beautiful young lady, in whose welfare I am at least as much interested as you, since that lady is my fiancée, and is going to be my wife." There was a pause. "She is going to be your wife, is she?" said Beale softly. "I congratulate you, if I cannot congratulate her. And when is this interesting engagement to be announced?" "It is announced at this moment," said the doctor. "The lady is on her way to Liverpool, where she will stay with an aunt of mine. You need not trouble to ask me for her address, because I shall not give it to you." "I see," said Beale. "You come in here, I repeat, demanding, with all the gesture and voice of melodrama, the hiding place of my fiancée." He enunciated the last 2 words with great relish. "You ask to search my rooms, and I give you permission.
You lock yourself in through your own carelessness, and when I release you, you have a revolver in your hand, and are even more melodramatic than ever. I know what you are going to say." "You are a clever man," interrupted Beale, "for I don't know myself." "You were going to say, or I think, that I have some sinister purpose in concealing this lady. Well, to resume my narrative, and to show you your conduct from my point of view, I no sooner release you than you stare like a lunatic at my anatomical cases, and dash wildly out, to return full of menace in your tone and attitude. Why?" "Dr. Van Heerden, when I came into your flat there were 3 anatomical cases at the end of that room. When I came out there were 2. What happened to the 3rd whilst I was locked in the room?" Dr. Van Heerden shook his head pityingly. "I am very much afraid that you are not right in your head," he said, and nodded toward the place where the cases stood. Beale followed the direction of his head and gasped, for there were 3 cases. "I admit that I deceived you when I said they contained specimens. As a matter of fact, they are empty," said the doctor. "If you like to inspect them, you can. You may find some clue." Beale wanted no invitation. He walked to the cases one by one and sounded them. Their lids were screwed on, but the screws were dummies. He found in the side of each a minute hole under the cover of the lid, and taking out his knife, he pressed in the bodkin with which the knife was equipped, and with a click the lid flew open. The box was empty. The second one answered the same test and was also empty. The third gave no better result. He flashed his lamp on the bottom of the box, but there was no trace of footmarks. "Are you satisfied?" asked the doctor. "Far from satisfied," said Beale, and with no other word he walked out and down the stairs again. Halfway down he saw something lying on one of the stairs and picked it up. It was a shoe, the fellow of that which he had in his pocket, and it had not been there when he came up. Oliver Cresswell had read the story of the crime in the Post Record, and had folded up the paper with a little shiver, and was at her tiny writing bureau when a knock came at the door. It was Dr. Van Heerden. "Can I come in for a moment?" he asked. She hesitated. "I shan't eat you," he smiled, "but I am so distressed by what has happened, and I feel that an explanation is due to you." "I shouldn't trouble about that," she smiled, "but if you want to come in, please do." She closed the door behind him and left the light burning in the hall. She did not ask him to sit down. "You have seen the account in the Post Record?" he asked. She nodded. "And I suppose you are rather struck with the discrepancy between what I told you and what I told the reporters. But I feel you ought to know that I had a very special reason for protecting this man." "Of that I have no doubt," she said coldly. "Miss Cresswell, you must be patient and kind to me," he said earnestly. "I have devoted a great deal of time, and I have run very considerable dangers in order to save you." "To save me?" she repeated in surprise. "Miss Cresswell," he asked, "did you ever know your father?" She shook her head, so impressed by the gravity of his tone that she did not cut the conversation short as she had intended. "No," she said. "I was a girl when he died. I know nothing of him. Even his own people who brought him up never spoke of him." "Are you sure he is dead?" he asked. "Sure? I have never doubted it. Why do you ask me? Is he alive?" He nodded. "What I am going to tell you will be rather painful," he said. "Your father was a notorious swindler." He paused, but she did not protest. In her life she had heard many hints which did not redound to her father's credit, and she had purposely refrained from pursuing her inquiries. "Some time ago your father escaped from Cayenne. He is, you will be surprised to know, a French subject, and the police have been searching for him for 12 months, including our friend Mr. Beale." "It isn't true!" she flamed. "How dare you suggest—" "I am merely telling you the facts, Miss Creswell, and you must judge them for yourself," said the doctor. "Your father robbed a bank in France and hid the money in England. Because they knew that sooner or later he would send for you, the police have been watching you day and night. Your father is at Liverpool. I had a letter from him this morning. He is dying, and he begs you to go to him." She sat at the table stunned. There was in this story a hideous probability. Her first inclination was to consult Beale, but instantly she saw that if what the doctor had said was true, such a course would be fatal. "How do I know that you are speaking the truth?" she asked. "You cannot know until you have seen your father," he said. "It is a very simple matter." He took from his pocket an envelope and laid it before her. "Here is the address, 64 Hope Street. I advise you to commit it to memory and tear it up. After all, what possible interest could I have in your going to Liverpool, or anywhere else for that matter?" "When is the next train?" she asked. "One leaves in an hour from Euston." She thought a moment. "I'll go," she said decidedly. She was walking back to her room to put on her coat when he called her back. "There's no reason in the world why you should not write to Beale to tell him where you have gone," he said. "You can leave a note with me, and I will deliver it." She hesitated again, sat down at her desk, and scribbled the few lines which Beale had found. Then she twisted round in her chair in perplexity. "I don't understand it all," she said. "If Mr. Beale is on the track of my father, surely he will understand from this letter that I have gone to meet him." "Let me see what you have written," said Van Heyden coolly, and looked over her shoulder. "Yes, that is enough," he said. "Enough?" "Quite enough. You see, my idea was that you should write sufficient to put him off the track." "I don't understand you. There's somebody in the passage," she said suddenly, and was walking to the door leading to the hall when he intercepted her. "Miss Creswell, I think you will understand me when I tell you that your father is dead, that the story I have told you about Beale being on his track is quite untrue, and that it is necessary for a purpose which I will not disclose to you, that you should be my wife." She sprang back out of his reach, white as death. Instinctively she realized that she was in some terrible danger, and the knowledge turned her cold. "Your wife!" she repeated. "I think you must be mad, doctor." "On the contrary, I am perfectly sane. I would have asked you before, but I knew that you would refuse me. Had our friend Beale not interfered, the course of true love might have run a little more smoothly than it has. Now I am going to speak plainly to you, Miss Creswell. It is necessary that I should marry you, and if you agree, I shall take you away and place you in safe keeping. I will marry you at the registrar's office and part from you the moment the ceremony is complete. I will agree to allow you 1,000 a year, and I will promise that I will not interfere with you or in any way seek your society." Her courage had revived during this recital of her future. "What do you expect me to do?" she asked contemptuously. "Fall on your neck and thank you? You with your 1,000 a year and your church door partings? No, doctor. If you are sane, then you are either a great fool or a great scoundrel. I would never dream of marrying you under any circumstances. And now I think you had better go." This time he did not stop her as she walked to the door and flung it open. She started back with an exclamation of fear, for there were two men in the hall. "What do you—" So far she got, when the doctor's arm was round her and his hand was pressed against her mouth. One of the men was carrying what looked like a rubber bottle with a conical-shaped mouthpiece. She struggled, but the doctor held her in a grip of steel. She was thrown to the ground. The rubber cap of the bottle was pressed over her face. There came a rush of cold air, heavily charged with a sickly scent, and she felt life slipping away. "I think she's off now," said the doctor, lifting up her eyelid. "See if the coast is clear, Gregory, and open the door of my flat." The man departed. The doctor lifted the unconscious girl in his arms. He was in the hall when he felt her move. Half conscious as she was struggling to prevent the abduction. "Quick, the door!" he gasped. He carried her across the landing into his room, and the door closed quietly behind him. End of Chapter 10. Recorded by Kirsten Weber.
Chapter 11 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 11. The House Near Staines. Oliver Cresswell remembered nothing. She did not remember being thrust limply into a long narrow box, nor hearing Beale's voice, nor the click of the door that had fastened him in Dr. Van Heerden's bedroom. If she cried out, as she did, she had no recollection of the fact. "Carrier, box and all to her flat. The door is open," whispered Van Heerden to the two men who had made their lightning disappearance into the anatomical cases at the sound of Beale's knock. "What shall we do?" "Wait till I come to you. Hurry!" They crossed the landing and passed through the open door of Oliver's flat, and the doctor closed the door behind them and returned in time to release the savage Beale. He watched him racing down the stairs, darted to the door of Oliver's rooms, opened it, and went in. In 10 seconds she had been lifted from her narrow prison and laid on her bed. The box had been returned to the place where it had stood in the doctor's study, and the men had returned to join Van Heerden in Oliver's darkened sitting-room. Van Heerden had switched on the light in the girl's room, and then noticed for the first time that one of her shoes was missing. Quickly he slipped off the remaining shoe. "You wait here," he told the men, "until you hear Beale return. Then you make your escape. On your way down, leave the shoe on the stairs. It will help to put our friend off the trail." Half an hour after the discovery of the shoe on the stairs, Beale went out, accompanied by his visitors. The doctor watched the dark figures disappear into the night from the window of his sitting-room, and made his way back to the girl's flat. She was lying where he had left her, feeling dizzy and sick. Her eyes closed in a little grimace of distaste as he put on the light. "How does my little friend feel now?" he asked coolly. She made no reply. "Really, you must not sulk," he said chidingly, "and you must get used to being polite, because you are going to see a great deal of me. You had better get up and put your coat on." She noticed that he had a medicine glass in his hand, half filled with a milky white liquor. "Drink this," he said. She pushed it away. "Come, drink it," he said. "You don't suppose I want to poison you, do you? I don't even want to drug you, otherwise it would have been simple to have given you a little more ether.
Drink it. It will take that hazy feeling out of your head." She took the glass with an unsteady hand, and swallowed its contents. It was bitter and hot, and burnt her throat, but its effects were magical. In 3 minutes her mind had cleared, and when she sat up she could do so without her head swimming. "You will now put on your coat and hat, pack a few things that you want for a journey, and come along with me." "I shall do nothing of the sort," she said. "I advise you to go, Dr. Van Hadden, before I inform the police of your outrageous conduct." "Put on your hat and coat," he repeated calmly, "and don't talk nonsense. You don't suppose that I have risked all that I have risked to let you go at this hour?" "Dr. Van Hadden," she said, "if you have any spark of decency or manhood you will leave me." He laughed a little. "Now you are talking like a heroine of a Lyceum drama," he said. "Any appeal you mind to make, Miss Creswell, is a waste of time and a waste of breath. I shall have no hesitation in using violence of the most unpleasant character, unless you do as I tell you." His voice was quiet, but there was about him a convincing air of purpose. "Where are you going to take me?" she asked. "I am going to take you to a place of safety. When I say safety," he added, "I mean safety for me. You yourself need fear nothing unless you act foolishly, in which case you have everything to fear. Disabuse your mind of one thought, Miss Creswell," he said, "and that is that I am in love with you, and that there is any quality or charm in your admirable person which would prevent my cutting your throat if it was necessary for my safety. I am not a brute. I will treat you decently, as well as any lady could wish to be treated, if you do not cross me. But I warn you that if in the street you call for help or attempt to escape, you will never know what happened to you." She stood at the end of her bed, one hand gripping the rail, her white teeth showing against the red lower lip. "Don't bite your lips. It does not stimulate thought. I can tell you that as a medical man. And I can also tell you that this is not the moment for you to consider plans for outwitting me. Get your coat and hat on." His voice was now peremptory, and she obeyed. In a few minutes she was dressed, ready for the street. He led the way out, and holding her arm lightly, they passed out into the street. He turned sharply to the left, the girl keeping in step by his side. To the casual observer, and few could observe them in the gloom of the ill-lit thoroughfares through which they passed, they were a couple on affectionate terms. But the arm locked in hers was the arm of a gaoler, and once when they stood waiting to cross busy Oxford Circus, and she had seen a policeman a few yards away and had cautiously tried to slip her arm from his, she found her wrist gripped with a hand of steel. At the Marylebone Road end of Portland Place a car was waiting, and the doctor opened the door and pushed her in, following immediately. "I had to keep the car some distance from Crewman Mansions, or Beale would have spotted it immediately," he said in an easy conversational tone. "Where are you taking me?" she asked. "To a highly desirable residence in the Thames Valley," he said. "In the days when I thought you might be wooed and wed, as the saying goes, I thought it might make an excellent place for a honeymoon." He felt her shrink from him. "Please don't be distressed. I am rather glad that matters have turned out as they have. I do not like women very much, and I should have been inexpressibly bored if I had to keep up the fiction of being in love with you." "What do you intend doing?" she asked. "You cannot hope to escape from Mr. Beale. He will find me." He chuckled. "As a sleuth hound, Mr. Beale has his points," he said, "but they are not points which will keep me awake at night. I have always suspected he was a detective, and of course it was he who planted the registered envelopes on poor old White. That was clever," he admitted handsomely. "But, Bill, if you will excuse my hurting your feelings, and I know you are half in love with him—" She felt her face go hot. "How dare you!" she flamed. "Don't be silly," he begged. "I dare anything in these circumstances. The greater outrage includes the less. If I abduct you, I feel myself entitled to tease you. No, I think you had better not place too much faith in Mr. Beale, who doesn't seem to be a member of the regular police force, and is, I presume, one of those amateur gentlemen who figure in divorce cases." She did not reply. Inwardly she was boiling, and she recognized with a little feeling of dismay that it was not so much the indignity which he was offering her as his undisguised contempt for the genius of Beale which enraged her. They had left the town and were spinning through the country when she spoke again. "Will you be kind enough to tell me what you intend doing?" He had fallen into a reverie, and it was evidently a pleasant reverie, for he came back to the realities of life with an air of reluctance. "Eh? Oh, what am I going to do with you? Why, I am going to marry you." "Suppose I refuse?" "You won't refuse. I am offering you the easiest way out. When you are married to me, your danger is at an end. Until you marry me, your hold on life is somewhat precarious." "But why do you insist upon this?" she asked, bewildered. "If you don't love me, what is there in marriage for you? There are plenty of women who would be delighted to have you. Why should you want to marry a girl without any influence or position, a shop girl, absolutely penniless?" "It's a whim of mine," he said lightly, "and it's a whim I mean to gratify." "Suppose I refuse at the last moment?" "Then," he said significantly, "you will be sorry. I tell you, no harm is coming to you if you are sensible. If you are not sensible, imagine the worst that can happen to you, and that will be the least. I will treat you so that you will not think of your experience, let alone talk of it." There was a cold malignity in his voice that made her shudder. For a moment, and a moment only, she was beaten down by the horrible hopelessness of her situation. Then her natural courage, her indomitable self-reliance overcame fear. If he expected an outburst of anger and incoherent reproach, or if he expected her to break down into hysterical supplication, he was disappointed. She had a firm grip upon herself, perfect command of voice and words. "I suppose you are one of those clever criminals one reads about," she said. "Prepared for all emergencies, perfectly self-confident, capable and satisfied that there's nobody quite so clever as themselves." "Very likely," he smiled. "It is a form of egotism," he said quietly. "I read a book once about criminals. It was written by an Italian, and he said that was the chief characteristic of them all." "Vanity? And they always do such clever things and such stupid things at the same time. And their beautiful plans are so full of absurd miscalculations, just as yours are." "Just as mine are," he said mockingly. "Just as yours are," she repeated. "You are so satisfied that because you are educated, and you are a scientist, that you are ever so much more clever than all the rest of the world." "Go on," he said. "I like to hear you talking. Your analysis is nearly perfect, and certainly there's a lot of truth in what you say." She held down the surging anger which almost choked her, and retained a calm level.
Sooner or later she would find the joint in his harness. "I suppose you have everything ready?" "My staff work is always good," he murmured. "Marriage license, parson, even the place where you will spend your solitary honeymoon after signing a few documents." She turned toward him slowly. Against the window of the big limousine his head was faintly outlined, and she imagined the smile which was on his face at that moment. "So that is it," she said. "I must sign a few documents saying that I married you of my own free will." "No, madame," he said. "The circumstances under which you marry me require no justification, and that doesn't vary me in the slightest." "What documents have I to sign?" she asked. "You will discover in time," said he. "Here is the house, unless my eyesight has gone wrong." The car turned from the road, seemed to plunge into a high hedge, though in reality, as the girl saw for a second as the lamps caught the stone gate posts, it was the entrance to a drive, and presently came to a stop before a big rambling house. Van Heerden jumped down and assisted her to alight. The house was in darkness, but as they reached the door it was opened. "Go in," said Van Heerden, and pushed her ahead. She found herself in an old-fashioned hall, the walls panelled of oak, the floor made of closely mortised stone flags. She recognized the man who had admitted them as one of those she had seen in her flat that same night. He was a cadaverous man, with high cheekbones, and short bristly black hair, and a tiny black moustache. "I won't introduce you," said the doctor, "but you may call this man Gregory. It is not his name, but it is good enough." The man smiled furtively, and eyed her furtively, took up the candle, and led the way to a room which opened off the hall at the farther end. "This is the dining room," said Dr. Van Heerden. "It is chiefly interesting to you as the place where the ceremony will be performed. Your room is immediately above. I am sorry I did not engage a maid for you, but I cannot afford to observe the proprieties or consider your reputation. The fact is, I know no woman I could trust to perform that duty, and you will have to look after yourself." He led the way upstairs, unlocking a door, and passed in. There was one window which was heavily curtained. He saw her glance and nodded. "You will find the windows barred," he said. "This was evidently the nursery, and is admirably suited to my purpose. In addition, I might tell you that the house is a very old one, and that it is impossible to walk about the room without the door creaking, and, as I spend most of my time in the dining room below, you will find it extremely difficult even to make preparations for escape without my being aware of the fact." The room was comfortably furnished. A small fire was alight in the tiny grate, and a table had been laid, on which were displayed sandwiches, a thermos flask, and a small silver basket of confectionery. There was a door by the big four-poster bed. "You may consider yourself fortunate in having the only room in the house with a bathroom attached," he said. "You English people are rather particular about that kind of thing." "And you German people aren't," she said coolly. "German?" He laughed. "So you guessed that, did you?" "Guessed it?" It was her turn to laugh scornfully. "Isn't the fact self-evident? Who but a Hun—" His face went a dull red. "That is a word you must not use to me," he said roughly. "Hang your arrogance! Huns! We, who gave the world its Kultur, who lead in every department of science, art, and literature." She stared at him in amazement. "You are joking, of course," she said, forgetting her danger for the moment in face of this extraordinary phenomenon.
If you are German, and I suppose you are, and an educated German at that, you don't for a moment imagine you gave the world anything. Why, the Germans have never been anything but exploiters of other men's brains." From dull red his face had gone white. His lip was trembling with passion, and when he spoke he could scarcely control his voice. "We were, of all people, ordained by God to save the world through the German spirit." So far he got, when she burst into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. It was so like all the caricatures of German characters she had read or seen depicted. He looked at her, his face distorted with rage, and before she had realized what had happened, he had raised his hand and struck her across the mouth. She staggered back, speechless. To her had happened the most incredible thing in the world, more incredible than her abduction, more incredible than all the villainies known or suspected in this man. He stood there glowering at her, unrepentant, half tempted, it seemed, to repeat the blow. He had struck a woman, and was not overwhelmed by shame. All her views of men and things, all her conceptions of the codes which govern mankind in their dealings one with the other, crumbled away. If he had fallen on his knees and asked her pardon, if he had shown any contrition, any fear, any shame, she might have gone back to her old standards. "You Schweinkat," he said in German. "Herr Gott, but I will punish you if you laugh at me." She was staring at him in intense curiosity. Her lip was bleeding a little, the red mark of his fingers showed against her white face, but she seemed to have forgotten the pain or the shock of the actual blow, and was wholly concerned in this new revelation. "A Hun!" she said, but she seemed to be speaking to herself. "Of course, he's a Hun. They do that sort of thing. But I never believed it before." He took a step toward her, but she did not flinch, and he turned and walked quickly from the room, locking the door behind him. End of Chapter 11. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 12 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 12. Introducing Parson Homo. When Beale left Crewman Mansions with his two companions, he had only the haziest idea as to where he should begin his search. Perhaps the personal interest he had in his client, an interest revealed by the momentary panic into which her disappearance had thrown this usually collected young man, clouded his better judgment. A vague discomfort possessed him, and he paused irresolutely at the corner of the street. There was a chance that she might still be concealed in the building, but a greater chance that if he followed one of the 3 plans which were rapidly forming in his mind, he might save the girl from whatever danger threatened her. "You are perfectly sure you heard her voice?" "Certain," replied Beale shortly, "just as I am sure that I smelt the ether." "She may have been using it for some other purpose. Women put these drugs to all sorts of weird purposes, like cleaning gloves and—" "That may be," interrupted Beale, "but I wasn't mistaken about her voice, and I am not subject to illusions of that kind." He whistled. A man who had been lurking in the shadow of a building on the opposite side of the road crossed to him. "Fenson," said Beale, "watch these flats. If you see a car drive up, just go along and stand in front of the door. Don't let anybody enter that car or carry any bundle into that car until you are sure that Miss Cresswell is not one of the party or the bundle. If necessary, you can pull a gun. I know it isn't done in law-abiding London," he smiled at Superintendent Macnorton, "but I guess you've got to let me do a little law-breaking." "Go all the way," said the superintendent, easily. "That will do, Fenson. You know Miss Cresswell?" "Sure, sir," said the man, and melted back into the shadows. "Where are you going now?" asked Kitson. "I'm going to interview a gentleman who will probably give me a great deal of information about Van Heerden's other residences." "He has many?" asked Kitson in surprise. Beale nodded. "He has been hiring buildings and houses for the past 3 months," he said quietly, "and he has been so clever that I will defy you to trace one of them. All his hiring has been done through various lawyers he has employed, and they are all taken in fictitious names." "Do you know any of them?" "Not one," said Beale, with a baffled little laugh. "Didn't I tell you he's mighty clever? I got track of 2 of them, but they were the only 2 where the sales didn't go through." "What does he want houses for?" "We shall learn one of these days," said Beale, cryptically. "I can tell you something else, gentlemen, and this is more of a suspicion than a certainty, that there is not a crank scientist who has ever gone under through drink or crime in the whole of this country, aye, and America and France too, that isn't working for him. And now, gentlemen, if you will excuse me—" "You don't want any assistance?" asked the superintendent. "I guess not," said Beale, with a smile. "I guess I can manage the Herr Professor." On the south side of the River Thames is a congested and thickly populated area, lying between the Waterloo and the Blackfriars roads. Here old houses, which are gauntly picturesque because of their age, stand cheek by jowl with great blocks of model dwellings, which make up in utility all that they lack in beauty. Such dwelling places have a double advantage. Their rent is low, and they are close to the centre of London. Few of the houses are occupied by one family, and indeed it is the exception that one family rents in its entirety so much as a floor. In a basement room in one of those houses sat 2 men as unlike one another as it is possible to conceive. The room itself was strangely tidy, and bare of anything but the necessary furniture. A camp bed was under the window in such a position as to give its occupant a view of the ankles of those people who trod the pavement of the little street. A faded cretonne curtain hid an inner and probably a smaller room, where the elder of the men slept. They sat on either side of a table, a kerosene lamp placed exactly in the centre, supplying light for their various occupations. The elder of the 2 was bent forward over a microscope, his big hands adjusting the focus screw. Presently he would break off his work of observation and jot a few notes in crabbed German characters. His big head, his squat body, his long ungainly arms, his pale face with its little wisp of beard, would have been recognized by Oliver Cresswell, for this was Professor Huyler, the Herr Professor, as Beale called him. The man sitting opposite was cast in a different mould. He was tall, spare, almost ascetic. The clean-shaven face, the well-moulded nose and chin hinted at a refinement which his shabby, threadbare suit and his collarless shirt freakishly accentuated. Now and again he would raise his deep-set eyes from the book he was reading, survey the absorbed Professor with a speculative glance, and then return to his reading. They had sat in silence for the greater part of an hour, when Beale's tap on the door brought the reader round with narrow eyes. "Expecting a visitor, Professor?" he asked in German. "Nein, nein," rambled the old man. "Who shall visit me? Ah, yes," he tapped his fat forefinger. "I remember, the Fräulein was to call." He got up and, shuffling to the door, slipped back the bolt and turned it. His face fell when he saw Beale, and the man at the table rose. "Hope I am not disturbing you," said the detective. "I thought you lived alone." He, too, spoke in the language which the Professor understood best. "This is a friend of mine," said the old Hyler uncomfortably. "We live together. I do not think you knew my address." "Introduce me," said the man at the table coolly. The old Professor looked dubiously from one to the other. "It is my friend, Herr Homo." "Herr Homo," repeated Beale, offering his hand. "My name is Beale." Homo shot a keen glance at him. "A split. All my criminal instincts fail me," he said, pleasantly enough. "Split?" repeated Beale, puzzled. "American, I gather from your accent," said Mr. Homo. "Pray sit down. Split is the phrase employed by the criminal classes to describe a gentleman who in your country is known as a fly cop." "Oh, a detective," smiled Beale. "No, in the sense you mean I am not a detective. At any rate, I have not come on business." "So I gather," said the other, seating himself, "or you would have brought one of the busy fellows with you. Here again you must pardon the slang, but we call the detectives the busy fellow to distinguish him from the flatty, who is a regular cop. Unless you should be under any misapprehension, Mr. Beale, it is my duty to tell you that I am a representative of the criminal classes, a fact which our learned friend," he nodded toward the distressed Professor, "never ceases to deplore," and he smiled blandly. They had dropped into English, and the Professor, after waiting uncomfortably for the visitor to explain his business, had dropped back to his work with a grunt. "I am Parson Homo, and this is my pied-à-terre. We professional criminals must have somewhere to go when we are not in prison, you know." The voice was that of an educated man. Its modulation, the confidence, and the perfect poise of the speaker suggested the college man. "So that you shall not be shocked by revelations, I must tell you that I have just come out of prison. I am by way of being a professional burglar." "I am not easily shocked," said Beale. He glanced at the Professor. "I see," said Parson Homo, rising, "that I am de trop. Unfortunately, I cannot go into the street without risking arrest. In this country, you know, there is a law which is called the Prevention of Crimes Act, which empowers the unemployed members of the constabulary who find time hanging on their hands to arrest unknown criminals on suspicion, if they are seen out in questionable circumstances. And as all circumstances are questionable to the unimaginative Flatty and his no less obtuse friend, the Split, I will retire to the bedroom and stuff my ears with cotton wool." "You needn't," smiled Beale. "I guess the Professor hasn't many secrets from you." "Go on guessing, my ingenious friend," said the parson, smiling with his eyes. "My own secrets I am willing to reveal, but adios." He waved his hand and passed behind the cretonne curtain, and the old man looked up from his instrument. "It is the Donovan Leichmann body that I search for," he said solemnly. "There was a case of sleeping sickness at the docks, and the Herr Professor of the tropical school so kindly let me have a little blood for testing." "Professor," said Beale, sitting down in the place where Parson Homo had vacated, and leaning across the table, "are you still working for Van Heerden?" The old man rolled his big head from side to side in an agony of protest. "Of the learned doctor I do not want to speak," he said. "To me he has been most kind. Consider, Herr Peel, I was starving in this country, which hates Germans and regard me as a mad old fool and an ugly old devil, and none helped me until the learned doctor discovered me. I am a German, yes, yet I have no nationality, being absorbed in the larger brotherhood of science.
As for me, I am indifferent whether the Kaiser or the Socialists live in Potsdam, but I am loyal, Herr Peel, to all who help me. To you also," he said hastily, "for you have been most kind, and once, when in foolishness I went into a room where I ought not to have been, you saved me from the police." He shrugged his massive shoulders again. "I am grateful, but must I not also be grateful to the learned doctor?" "Tell me this, Professor," said Beale. "Where can I find the learned doctor tonight?" "At his so well-known laboratory. Where else?" asked the Professor. "Where else?" repeated Beale. The old man was silent. "It is forbidden that I should speak," he said. "The Herr Doctor is engaged in a great experiment which will bring him fortune. If I betray his secrets, he may be ruined. Such ingratitude, Herr Peel." There was a silence. The old Professor, obviously distressed and ill at ease, looking anxiously at the younger man. "Suppose I tell you that the Herr Doctor is engaged in a dangerous conspiracy," said Beale, "and that you yourself are running a considerable risk by assisting him." The big hands were outspread in despair. "The Herr Doctor has many enemies," mumbled Huyler. "I can tell you nothing, Herr Peel." "Tell me this," said Beale. "Is there any place you know of where the doctor may have taken a lady, the young lady into whose room you went the night I found you?" "A young lady?" The old man was obviously surprised. "No, no, Herr Peel, there's no place where a young lady could go. Ach, no." "Well," said Beale after a pause, "I guess I can do no more with you, Professor." He glanced round at the cretonne recess. "I won't inconvenience you any longer, Mr. Homo." The curtains were pushed aside, and the ascetic-looking man stepped out, the half-smile on his thin lips. "I fear you have had a disappointing visit," he said pleasantly, "and it is on the tip of your tongue to ask me if I can help you. I will save you the trouble of asking. I can't." Beale laughed. "You are a bad thought reader," he said. "I had no intention of asking you." He nodded to the old man, and with another nod to his companion, was turning round when a rap came at the door. He saw the two men exchange glances, and noted in the face of the Professor a look of blank dismay. The knock was repeated impatiently. "Permit me," said Beale, and stepped to the door. "Wait, wait," stammered the Professor. "If Mr. Peel will permit—" He shuffled forward, but Beale had turned the latch and opened the door wide. Standing in the entrance was a girl whom he had no difficulty in recognizing as Hilda Glaum, sometime desk companion of Oliver Cresswell. His back was to the light, and she did not recognize him. "Why did you not open more quickly?" she asked in German, and swung the heavy bag she carried into the room. "Every moment I thought I should be intercepted. Here is the bag. It will be called for tomorrow." It was then that she saw Beale for the first time, and her face went white. Who are you?" she asked. Then quickly, "I know you. You are the man Beale, the drunken man." She looked from him to the bag at her feet, and to him again. Then, before he could divine her intention, she had stooped and grasped the handle of the bag. Instantly all his attention was riveted upon that leather case and its secret. His hand shot out and gripped her arm, but she wrenched herself free. In doing so, the bag was carried by the momentum of its release and was driven heavily against the wall. He heard a shivering crash, as though 100 little glasses had broken simultaneously. Before he could reach the bag, she snatched it up, leapt through the open door, and slammed it to behind her. His hand was on the latch. "Put 'em up, Mr. Beale, put 'em up," said a voice behind him.
right above your head, Mr. Beale, where we can see them." He turned slowly, his hands rising mechanically, to face Parson Homo, who still sat at the table, but he had discarded his Greek book and was handling a businesslike revolver, the muzzle of which covered the detective. "Smells rotten, doesn't it?" said Homo, pleasantly. Beale, too, had sniffed the musty odour, and knew that it came through the bag the girl had wrenched from his grasp. It was the sickly scent of the green rust. End of chapter 12. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 13 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 13. At Dean's Folly. With her elbows resting on the broad window ledge, and her cheeks against the cold steel bars which covered the window, Oliver Cresswell watched the mists slowly dissipate in the gentle warmth of the morning sun. She had spent the night dozing in a rocking chair, and at the first light of day she had bathed and redressed, ready for any emergency. She had not heard any sound during the night, and she guessed that Van Heerden had returned to London. The room in which she was imprisoned was on the first floor at the back of the house, and the view she had of the grounds was restricted to a glimpse between two big lilac bushes, which were planted almost on a level with her room. The house had been built on the slope of a gentle rise, so that you might walk from the first floor window on to the grassy lawn at the back of the house, but for two important obstacles, the first being represented by the bars which protected the window, and the second by a deep area, concrete lined, which formed a trench too wide to jump. She could see, however, that the grounds were extensive. The high wall which apparently separated the garden from the road was 100 yards away. She knew it must be the road because of a little brown gate which from time to time she saw between the swaying bushes. She turned wearily from the window and sat on the edge of the bed. She was not afraid. Irritated would be a better word to describe her emotion. She was mystified, too, and that was an added irritation. Why should this man, Van Heerden, who admittedly did not love her, who indeed loved her so little that he could strike her and show no signs of remorse, why did this man want to marry her? If he wanted to marry her, why did he kidnap her? There was another question, too, which she had debated that night. Why did his reference to the American detective Beale so greatly embarrass her? She had reached the point where even such tremendous subjects of debate had become less interesting than the answer to that question, which was furnished when a knock came to her door, and a gruff voice said, "Breakfast." She unlocked the door and pulled it open. The man called Gregory was standing on the landing. He jerked his thumb to the room opposite. "You can use both these rooms," he said, "but you can't come downstairs. I have put your breakfast in there." She followed the thumb across the landing and found herself in a plainly furnished sitting room. The table had been laid with a respectable breakfast, and until she had appeased her healthy young appetite, she took very little stock of her surroundings. The man came up in half an hour to clear away the table. "Will you be kind enough to tell me where I am?" asked Oliver. "I am not going to tell you anything," said Gregory. "I suppose you know that by detaining me here you are committing a very serious crime?" "Tell it to the doctor," said the man, with a queer little smile. She followed him out to the landing. She wanted to see what sort of guard was kept, and what possibilities there were of escape. Somehow it seemed easier to make a reconnaissance now, under his very eyes, than it had been in the night, when in every shadow had lurked a menace. She did not follow him far, however. He put down the tray at the head of the stairs,
and reaching out both his hands, drew 2 sliding doors from the wall and snapped them in her face. She heard the click of a door, and knew that any chance of escape from this direction was hopeless. The doors had slid noiselessly on their oiled runners, and had formed for her a little lobby of the landing. She guessed that the sliding doors had been closed after Van Heerden's departure. She had exhausted all the possibilities of her bedroom, and now began an inspection of the other. Like its fellow, the windows were barred. There was a bookshelf crowded with old volumes, mostly on matters ecclesiastical or theological. She looked at it thoughtfully. "Now, if I were clever, like Mr. Beale," she said aloud, "I could deduce quite a lot from this room." A distant church bell began to clang, and she realized with a start that the day was Sunday. She looked at her watch and was amazed to see it was nearly 11. She must have slept longer than she had thought. This window afforded her no better view than did that of the bedroom, except that she could see the gate more plainly, and what looked to be the end of a low-roofed brick building which had been erected against the wall. She craned her neck, looking left and right, but the bushes had been carefully planted to give the previous occupants of these 2 rooms greater privacy. Presently the bell stopped, and she addressed herself again to an examination of the room. In an old-fashioned sloping desk she found a few sheets of paper, a pen, and a bottle half filled with thick ink. There were also 2 telegraph forms, and these gave her an idea. She went back to the table in the middle of the room. With paper before her, she began to note the contents of the apartment. "I'm trying to be Beale-ish," she admitted. She might also have confessed that she was trying to keep her mind off the possibly perilous position, and that though she was not afraid, she had a fear of fear. "A case full of very dull, good books. That means that the person who lived here before was very serious-minded." She walked over and examined the titles, pulled out a few books and looked at their title pages. They all bore the same name, L.T.B. Stringer. She uttered an exclamation. Wasn't there some directory of clergymen's names? She was sure this was a clergyman. Nobody else would have a library of such weighty volumes. Her fingers ran along the shelves, and presently she found what she wanted. Crocker's Clergy List of 1879. She opened the book, and presently found Stringer, Lawrence Thomas Benjamin, Vicar of Upper Staines, Dean's Folly, Upper Reach Village, near Staines. Her eyes sparkled. Instinctively she knew that she had located her prison. Van Heerden had certainly hired the house furnished, probably from the clergyman or his widow. She began to search the room with feverish haste. Near the window was a cupboard built out. She opened it and found that it was a small service lift, apparently communicating with the kitchen. In a corner of the room was an invalid chair on wheels. She sat down at the table and reconstructed the character of its occupant. She saw an invalid clergyman who had lived permanently in this part of the house. He was probably wheeled from his bedroom to his sitting-room, and in this cheerless chamber had spent the last years of his life. And this place was Dean's Folly? She took up the telegraph form, and after a few minutes' deliberation wrote, "To Beale, Crewman Mansions." She scratched that out, remembering that he had a telegraphic address, and substituted Bellocity, London. She thought a moment, then wrote, "Am imprisoned at Dean's Folly, Upper Reach Village, near Staines. Oliver." That looked too bold, and she added Cresswell. She took a florin from her bag and wrapped it up in the telegraph form. She had no exact idea as to how she should get the message sent to the telegraph office, and it was Sunday, when all telegraph offices would be closed.
nor was there any immediate prospect of her finding a messenger. She supposed that tradesmen came to the house, and that the kitchen door was somewhere underneath her window, but tradesmen do not call on Sundays. She held the little package irresolutely in her hand. She must take her chance to-day. To-morrow would be Monday, and it was certain somebody would call. With this assurance, she tucked the message into her blouse. She was in no mood to continue her inspection of the room, and it was only because, in looking again from the window, she pulled it from its hook, that she saw the strange-looking instrument which hung between the window and the service lift. She picked it up, a dusty-looking thing. It consisted of a short vulcanite handle, from which extended two flat steel supports, terminating in vulcanite ear-plates. The handle was connected by a green cord with a plug in the wall. Oliver recognized it. It was an electrophone, one of those instruments by which stay-at-home people can listen to an opera, a theatrical entertainment, or a sermon. Of course, it was a church. It was a very common practice for invalids to be connected up with their favourite pulpit, and doubtless the Reverend Mr. Stringer had derived considerable comfort from this invention. She dusted the receivers and put them to her ears. She heard nothing. Beneath the plug was a little switch. She turned this over, and instantly her ears were filled with a strange hollow sound, the sound which a bad gramophone record makes. Then she realized that she was listening to a congregation singing. This ceased after a while, and she heard a cough so surprisingly near and loud that she started. Of course, the transmitter would be in the pulpit, she thought. Then a voice spoke clear and distinct, yet with that drawl which is the peculiar property of ministers of the Established Church. She smiled as the first words came to her. "I publish the banns of marriage between Henry Colebrook and Jane Maria Smith, both of this parish. This is the second time of asking." A pause. Then, "Also between Henry Victor Vanden and Oliver Cresswell Prédeaux, both of this parish. This is the third time of asking. If any of you know cause or just impediment why these persons should not be joined together in holy matrimony, ye are to declare it." She dropped the instrument with a crash, and stood staring down at it. She had been listening to the publication of her own wedding notice. Vanden was Van Heerden. Oliver Cresswell Prédeaux was herself. The strangeness of the names meant nothing. She guessed, rather than knew, that the false name would not be any insuperable bar to the ceremony. She must get away. For the first time she had a horrible sense of being trapped, and for a few seconds she must have lost her head, for she tugged at the iron bars, dashed wildly out, and hammered at the sliding door. Presently her reason took charge. She heard the heavy step of Gregory on the stairs, and recovered her calm by the time he had unlocked the bar and pulled the doors apart. "What do you want?" he asked. "I want you to let me out of here." "Oh, is that all?" he asked sarcastically, and for the second time that day slammed the door in her face. She waited until he was out of hearing, then she went back noiselessly to the sitting-room. She pushed open the door of the service lift and tested the ropes. There were two, one of which supported the lift and one by which it was hauled up, and she gathered that these, with the lift itself, formed an endless chain. Gripping both ropes firmly, she crept into the confined space of the cupboard and let herself down, hand over hand.
She had about 12 feet to descend before she reached the kitchen entrance of the elevator. She squeezed through the narrow opening and found herself in a stone-flagged kitchen. It was empty. A small fire glowed in the grate. Her own tray, with all the crockery unwashed, was on the dresser, and there were the remnants of a meal at one end of the plain table. She tiptoed across the table to the door. It was bolted, top and bottom, and locked. Fortunately, the key was in the lock, and in 2 minutes she was outside in a small courtyard beneath the level of the ground. One end of the courtyard led past another window, and that she could not risk. To her right was a flight of stone steps, and that was obviously the safer way. She found herself in a little park, which, fortunately for her, was plentifully sprinkled with clumps of rhododendrons, and she crept from bush to bush, taking care to keep out of sight of the house. She had the telegram and the money in her hand, and her first object was to get this outside. It took her 20 minutes to reach the wall. It was too high to scale, and there was no sign of a ladder. The only way out was the little brown door she had seen from her bedroom window, and cautiously she made her way back, flitting from bush to bush, until she came to the place where a clear view of the door and the building to its left could be obtained. The low-roofed shed she had seen was much longer than she had expected, and evidently had recently been built. Its black face was punctured at intervals with square windows, and a roughly painted door to the left of the brown garden gate was the only entrance she could see. She looked for a key, but without the hope of finding one. She must take her chance, she thought, and a quick run brought her from the cover of the bushes to the brown portal which stood between her and liberty. With trembling hands she slid back the bolts and turned the handle. Her heart leapt as it gave a little. Evidently it had not been used for years, and she found it was only held fast by the gravel which had accumulated beneath it. Eagerly she scraped the gravel aside with her foot, and her hand was on the knob, when she heard a muffled voice behind her. She turned, and then, with a gasp of horror, fell back. Standing in the doorway of the shed was a thing which was neither man nor beast. It was covered in a wrap which had once been white, but was now dappled with green. The face and head were covered with rubber. 2 green staring eyes surveyed her, and a great snout-like nose was uplifted as in amazement. She was paralyzed for a moment, for the beastliness of the figure was appalling. Then, realizing that it was merely a man, whose face was hidden by a hideous mask, she sprang again for the door, but a hand gripped her arm and pulled her back. She heard a cheerful whistle from the road without, and, remembering the package in her hand, she flung it high over the wall, and heard its soft thud, and the whistle stop. Then, as the hideous figure slipped its arm about her and pressed a musty hand over her mouth, she fainted. End of Chapter 13. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 14 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 14. Mr. Beale Suggests Marriage. Held up by a gunman? Asked James Kitson incredulously. Why, what do you mean? It doesn't sound right, does it? Smiled Beale. Especially after Macnaughton telling us the other day that there was no such thing as a gunman in England. Do you remember his long dissertation on the law-abiding criminals of this little old country?" He laughed. "But a gunman!" protested Mr. Kitson. "By the way, have you had breakfast?" "Hours ago," replied Beale. "But don't let me interrupt you." Mr. James Kitson pulled his chair to the table and unfolded his napkin. It was almost at this hour that Oliver Cresswell had performed a similar act. "You are not interrupting me," said Kitson. "Go on." Beale was frowning down at deserted Piccadilly, which Mr. Kitson's palatial suite at the Ritz-Carlton overlooked. "Eh?" he said absently. "Oh yes, the gunman. A sure enough gunman." He related in a few words his experience of the previous night. "This man Homo," said Kitson, "is he one of the gang?" Beale shook his head. "I don't think so. He may be one of Van Heerden's ambassadors." "Ambassadors?" "I will explain Van Heerden's game one of these days, and you will understand what I mean," said Beale. "No, I don't think that Parson Homo is being any more than a gentle knight succouring a distressed lady, whether for love of the lady, out of respect for the Professor, or from a general sense of antagonism to all detectives. I can only speculate. Anyway, he held me until the lady was out of hearing and presumably out of sight, and then there was no need for me to go. I just sat down and talked, and a more amiable and cultured gentleman it would be impossible to meet." Kitson looked at his companion through narrowed lids. "Why, that's not like you, Beale," he said. "I thought you were too hot on the scent to waste time." "So I am," said the other, thrusting his hands deep into his pockets. "That's just what I am." He turned suddenly to the older man. "Mr. Kitson, I've got to know a little more about John Millenbourne's will than I know at present." The lawyer looked up, fixed his glasses, and regarded the younger man with a troubled look. "I'm sorry to jump in on you like this, but I'm rattled. I don't understand much about English law, though I know that marriages aren't as easy to make here in London as they are in our country. But here, as everywhere else, it is fairly difficult to force a girl into marriage against her will, and the marriage, of course, is not good in law." He sat down on the arm of a couch, dangling his hat between his legs, and ran his fingers through his hair with a nervous little laugh. "Here I'm telling you all that I came to ask you." "Have a cup of tea," said Kitson with a smile. "Everybody in England rushes to tea, and I hope I shall get you into the habit." Beale shook his head. "You are right about the marriage," Kitson went on, "but I'll give you the law on the subject. A marriage can only be solemnized if due notice is given by the parties, who must be resident in the district where it is to take place. 3 weeks is the period of notice." "Is there no other way?" "Yes, by paying special fees, and offering a good and sufficient reason, a faculty can be secured from the Archbishop of Canterbury, or rather from his officials, authorizing a marriage without notice. It is called a special licence, and the marriage may occur at any hour and at any place." "Is there a register of applications?" asked Beale quickly. "I've thought of that," nodded the lawyer. "Yes, I'm keeping that side under observation. It is difficult, because officialdom isn't as obliging as it might be. My own view is that Van Heerden will be married in the ordinary way, that is to say, by giving notice. To secure his special licence he would be obliged to give his own name and be vouched for. He can be married in the ordinary way, even if he gives a false name, which in all probability he will." "Would the marriage be legal if it was in a false name?" "Absolutely. In English law you may commit an offence by marrying in a wrong name, but it would not invalidate the marriage." Stanford Beale sat studying the pattern of the carpet. "Is there any chance of 2 special licenses being issued to marry the same girl?" he asked. "None. Why do you ask?" Beale did not reply immediately.
Something Homo said last night when I told him frankly that I was searching for Miss Cresswell. "Oh," he said, "that's the lady that's marrying the doctor." He wouldn't tell me more, but he gave me an idea to make sure that no special licence is issued to Van Heerden. I shall apply for one myself." The lawyer stared at him. "To marry the girl?" he gasped. "But—" Stanford Beale laughed a little bitterly. "Say, don't get up in the air, Mr. Kitson. I'm only thinking of Miss Cresswell. A special licence in my name would stop one of Van Heerden's paths to easy money. Tell me, and this is what I came to ask you, under Millenbourne's will, does the husband benefit directly by the marriage, or is he dependent upon what his wife gives him?" "He benefits directly," said Kitson, after a pause. "On his marriage he receives exactly 1/2 of the girl's fortune. That was Millenbourne's idea. Make the husband independent, he said. Do not put him in the humiliating position of dependence on his wife's generosity, and there will be a chance of happiness for them both." "I see. Of course Van Heerden knows that. He only has to produce a marriage certificate to scoop in $2.5 million. That is $500,000 in English money. This is the secret of it all. He wants money immediately. And under the terms of the will—" "He gets it," said Kitson. "If he came to me to-morrow with proof of his marriage, even if I knew that he had coerced the girl into marriage, I must give him his share. Van Heerden was pretty thorough when he put my dying friend through his examination." His face hardened. "Heavens, I'd give every penny I had in the world to bring that fiend to the gallows. Beale!" His voice shook, and rising abruptly, he walked to the window. Presently he turned. "I think there is something in your idea. Get the licence." "I will, and marry her," said Beale quickly. "Marry her? I don't quite understand you." For the first time there was suspicion in his voice. "Mr. Kitson, I'm going to put all my cards on the table," said Beale quietly. "Will you sit down a moment? There are certain facts which we cannot ignore. Fact 1 is that Oliver Cresswell is in the hands of a man who is absolutely unscrupulous, but has no other object in view than marriage. Her beauty, her charm, all the attractive qualities which appeal to most men, and to all the brutes, have no appeal to him. To him she is just a money proposition. If he can't marry her, she has no further interest for him." "I see that," agreed the lawyer. "But—" "Wait, please. If we knew where she was, we could stop the marriage and indict Van Heerden. But I've an idea that we shan't locate her until it is too late, or nearly too late. I can't go hunting with a pack of policemen. I must play a lone hand, or nearly a lone hand. When I find her, I must be in a position to marry her without losing a moment." "You mean to marry her to foil Van Heerden, and after to dissolve the marriage?" asked the lawyer, shaking his head. "I don't like that solution, Beale. I tell you frankly, I don't like it. You're a good man, and I have every faith in you, but if I consented, even though I were confident that you would play fair, which I am, I should feel that I had betrayed John Millenbourne's trust. It isn't because it is you, my son," he said kindly enough, "but if you were the Archangel Gabriel, I'd kick at that plan. Marriage is a difficult business to get out of once you are in it, especially in this country." Beale did not interrupt the older man. "Right. And now, if you've finished, I'll tell you my scheme," he said. "As I see it, there's only a ghost of a chance of our saving this girl from marriage. I've done my best, and we, Macnaughton and I, have taken all the facts before a judge this morning. We got a special interview with the idea of securing a warrant for Van Heerden's arrest, but there is no evidence to convict him on any single charge. We cannot connect him with the disappearance of Miss Cresswell, and although I pointed out that Van Heerden admits that he knows where the girl is, the judge said, fairly I thought, that there was no law which compelled a man to divulge the address of his fiancée to one who was a possible rival. The girl is of an age when she can do as she wishes, and as I understand the matter, you have no legal status as a guardian." "None," said James Kitson. "That is our weak point. I am merely the custodian of her money. Officially, I am supposed to be ignorant of the fact that Oliva Cresswell is Oliva Prédeaux, the heiress." "Therefore our hands are tied," concluded Beale quietly. "Don't you see that my plan is the only one? But I haven't told you what it is. There's a man, a criminal, this Parson Homo, who can help. I am satisfied that he does not know where the girl is, but he'll help for a consideration. As a matter of fact, he was pulled again. I am seeing him this afternoon." Mr. Kitson frowned. "The gunman, how can he help you?" "I will tell you. This man, as I say, is known to the police as Parson Homo. Apparently he is an unfrocked priest, one who has gone under. He still preserves the resemblance to a gentleman." He spoke slowly and deliberately. "In decent clothes he would look like a parson. I propose that he shall marry me to Miss Cresswell. The marriage will be a fake, but neither the girl nor Van Heerden will know this. If my surmise is right, when Van Heerden finds she is married, he will take no further steps, except perhaps," he smiled, "to make her a widow. Sooner or later we are bound to get him under lock and key, and then we can tell Miss Cresswell the truth." "In other words, you intend breaking the law and committing a serious offence," said Kitson, shaking his head. "I can't be a party to that. Besides, she may not marry you." "I see that danger. Van Heerden is a mighty clever fellow. He may be married before I trace them." "You say that Homo doesn't know about the girl?" "What does he know? He has heard of Van Heerden. He has heard, probably from the girl Hilda Glaum, that Van Heerden is getting married. The underworld do not get their news out of special editions. He probably knows, too, that Van Heerden is engaged in some swindle which is outside the parson's line of business." "Will he help you?" "Sure," Beale said with quiet confidence. "The man is broke and desperate. The police watch him like a cat, and would get him sooner or later. Macnorton told me that much. I have offered him passage to Australia and £500, and he is ready to jump at it." "You have explained the scheme?" "I had to," confessed Beale. "There was no time to be lost. To my surprise, he didn't like it. It appears that even a double-dyed crook has scruples, and even when I told him the whole of my plan, he still didn't like it, but eventually agreed. He has gone to Whitechapel to get the necessary kit. I am putting him up in my flat. Of course, it may not be necessary," he went on, "but somehow I think it will be." Kitson spread out his hands in despair. "I shall have to consent," he said. "The whole thing was a mistake from the beginning. I trust you, Stanford," he went on, looking the other in the eye. "You have no feeling beyond an ordinary professional interest in this young lady?" Beale dropped his eyes. "If I said that, Mr. Kitson, I should be telling a lie," he said quietly. "I have a very deep interest in Miss Cresswell, but that is not going to make any difference to me, and she will never know." He left soon after this, and went back to his rooms. At 4 o'clock he received a visitor. Parson Homo, cleanly shaved and attired in a well-fitting black coat and white choker, seemed more real to the detective than the Parson Homo he had met on the previous night. "You look the part, all right," said Beale. "I suppose I do," said the other one shortly. "What am I to do next?" "You stay here. I have made up a bed for you in my study," said Beale. "I would like to know a little more of this before I go any further," Homo said. "There are many reasons why I want information." "I have told you the story," said Beale patiently, "and I am going to say right here that I do not intend telling you any more. You carry this thing through, and I'll pay you what I agreed. Nobody will be injured by your deception, that I promise you." "That doesn't vary me so much," said the other coolly, "as There came a knock at the door, an agitated, hurried knock, and Beale immediately answered it. It was Macnaughton, and from force of habit Parson Homo drew back into the shadows. "All right, Parson," said Macnaughton. "I knew you were here. What do you make of this?" He turned to Beale and laid on the table a piece of paper which had been badly crumpled, and which he now smoothed out. It was the top half of a telegraph form. The lower half had been torn away. "To Velocity, London," Beale read aloud. "That's you," interrupted Macnaughton, and the other nodded. "To Velocity, London," he read slowly. "Am imprisoned at Dean's." At this point the remainder of the message had been torn off. End of chapter 14. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. Chapter 15 of The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Kirsten Weber. The Green Rust by Edgar Wallace. Chapter 15. The Good Herr Start. "Where is the rest?" said Beale. "That's the lot," replied Macnaughton grimly. "It's the only information you will get from this source for 24 hours." "But I don't understand. It is undoubtedly Miss Cresswell's handwriting." "And Velocity is as undoubtedly your telegraphic address. This paper," he went on, "was taken from a drunk tramp. Hobo, you call 'em, don't you?" "Where?" "At Kingston-on-Thames," said Macnaughton. "The man was picked up in the street, fighting drunk, and taken to the police station, where he developed delirium tremens. Apparently he has been on the jag all week, and to-day's booze finished him off. The local inspector, in searching him, found this piece of paper in his pocket, and connected it with the disappearance of Miss Cresswell, the matter being fresh in his mind, as only this morning we had circulated a new description throughout the home counties. He got me on the 'phone and sent a constable up to town with the paper this afternoon." Said Beale, biting his lips thoughtfully. "She evidently gave the man the telegram, telling him to dispatch it. She probably gave him money, too, which was the explanation of his final drunk." "I don't think that is the case," said Macnaughton. "He had one lucid moment at the station when he was cross-examined as to where he got the money to get drunk, and he affirmed that he found it wrapped up in a piece of paper. That sounds true to me. She either dropped it from a car or threw it from a house." "Is the man very ill?" "Pretty bad," said the other. "You will get nothing out of him before the morning. The doctors had to dope him to get him quiet, and he will be some time before he is right." He looked up at the other occupant of the room. "Well, Parson, you are helping Mr. Beale, I understand?" "Yes," said the other easily. "Returning to your old profession, I see," said Macnaughton. Parson Homo drew himself up a little stiffly. "If you have anything against me, you can pull me for it," he said insolently. "That's your business. As to the profession I followed before I started on the career of crime, which brought me into contact with the crude representatives of what is amusingly called the law, is entirely my affair." "Don't get your wool off, Parson," said the other good-humouredly. "You have lost your sense of humour." "That's where you are wrong," said Homo coolly. "I have merely lost my sense of decency." Macnaughton turned to the other. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "I am imprisoned at Dean's," repeated Beale. "What Deans have you in this country?" "There are a dozen of them," replied the police chief. "There's a Deansgate in Manchester, Deanston in Perth, Deansborough, Deans Abbey. I've been looking them all up. There is a whole crowd of them." "Are there any Deans near Kingston?" "None," replied the other.
"Then it is obviously the name of a house," said Beale. "I have noticed that in England you are in the habit of naming rather than numbering your houses, especially in the suburbs." He looked across to Parson Homo. "Can you help?" The man shook his head. "If I were a vulgar burglar I might assist you," he said, "but my branch of the profession does not take me to the suburbs." "We will get a Kingston directory and go through it," said Macnaughton. "We have one on the file at Scotland Yard. If—" Beale suddenly raised his hand to enjoin silence. He had heard a familiar step in the corridor outside. "That's Van Heerden," he said in a low voice. "He has been out all the morning." "Has he been shadowed?" asked Macnaughton in the same tone. "My man lost him," he said. He tiptoed along the passage and stood listening behind the door. Presently he heard the doctor's door close and came back. "I have had the best sleuth in America trailing him," he said, "and he has slipped him every time." "Anyway," said Macnaughton, "this telegram disposes of the idea that she has gone to Liverpool. It also settles the question as to whether she went of her own free will. If his name were on that telegram," he said thoughtfully, "I would take a risk and pull him in." "I will give you something bigger to pull him for," said Beale, "once I have placed Miss Cresswell in safety." "The Green Rust?" smiled the police chief. "The Green Rust," said Beale, but he did not smile. "That's Van Heerden's big game. The abduction of Miss Cresswell is merely a means to an end. He wants her money, and may want it very badly. The more urgent is his need, the sooner that marriage takes place." "But there's no clergyman in England who would marry them." It was Homo who interrupted. "My dear friend, that sort of thing is not done except in story books. If the woman refuses her consent, the marriage cannot possibly occur. As I understand, the lady is not likely to be cowed." "That is what I am afraid of," said Beale. "She is all pluck." He stopped, for he had heard the doctor's door close. In 3 strides he had crossed the hallway and was in the corridor, confronting his suave neighbour. Dr. Van Heerden, carefully attired, was pulling on his gloves and smiled into the stern face of his rival. "Well?" he asked pleasantly. "Any news of Miss Cresswell?" "If I had any news of Miss Cresswell, you would not be here," said Beale. "But how interesting," drawled the doctor. "Where should I be?" "You would be under lock and key, my friend," said Beale. The doctor threw back his head and laughed softly. "What a lover!" he said, "and how reluctant to accept his dismissal. It may ease your mind to know that Miss Cresswell, whom I hope very soon to call Mrs. Van Heerden, is perfectly happy, and is very annoyed at your persistence. I had a telegram from her this morning, begging me to come to Liverpool at the earliest opportunity." "That is a lie," said Beale quietly, "but one lie more or less, I suppose, doesn't count." "A thoroughly immoral view to take," said the doctor with much severity. "But I see there's nothing to be gained by arguing with you, and I can only make one request." Beale said nothing, but stood waiting. "It is this," said the doctor, choosing his words with great care, "that you call off the gentleman who has been dogging my footsteps to-day. It was amusing at first, but now it is becoming annoying. Some of my patients have been complaining of this man watching their houses." "You've not seen a patient to-day, Van Heerden," said Beale, "and anyway, I guess you had better get used to being shadowed. It isn't your first experience." The doctor looked at him under lowered lids and smiled again. "I could save your man a great deal of trouble," he said, "and myself considerable exertion, by giving him a list of the places where I intend calling." "He will find that out for himself," said Beale.
"I wish him greater success than he has had," replied the other, and passed on, descending the stairs slowly. Beale went back to his flat, passed to his bedroom, and looked down into the street. He made a signal to a man at the corner and received an almost imperceptible answer. Then he returned to the two men. "This fellow is too clever for us, I'm afraid. And London, with its tubes, its underground stations and taxicabs, is a pretty difficult proposition." "I suppose your man lost him in the tube," said Macnaughton. "There are two ways down, the elevator and the stairs, and it is mighty difficult to follow a man unless you know which way he is going. But you were interrupted at an interesting moment. What are you going to tell us about the green rust?" "I can only tell you this," said Beale, "that the green rust is the greatest conspiracy against the civilized world that has ever been hatched." He looked sharply at Homo. "Don't look at me," said the parson. "I know nothing about it, unless—" He stopped and frowned. "The green rust," he repeated. "Is that the old man Hylar's secret?" "He's in it," said Beale shortly. "Is it a swindle of some kind?" asked the parson curiously. "It never struck me that Hylar was that kind of man." "There's no swindle in it so far as Hylar's concerned," said Beale. "It is something bigger than a swindle." A telephone bell rang, and he took up the receiver and listened, only interjecting a query or two. Then he hung up the instrument. "It is as I thought," he said. "The doctor's slipped again. Had a car waiting for him in Oxford Street, and when he saw there were no taxicabs about, jumped in and was driven eastward." "Did you get the number of the car?" asked Macnaughton. Beale smiled. "That's not much use," he said. "He's probably got 2 or 3 number plates." He looked at his watch. "I'll go along to Kingston," he said. "I shan't be able to come with you," said Macnaughton. "I have a meeting with the Commissioner at 5. "Before you go," remarked Beale, "you might put your signature to this declaration of my bona fides." He laid on the table a blue foolscap blank. "What's this?" asked the surprised Macnaughton. "An application for a special licence. Are you going to be married?" "I hope so," said the other cautiously. "You don't seem very cheerful about it. I presume you want me to testify to the urgency of the case. I am probably perjuring myself." He signed his name with a flourish. "When are you getting the licence, and what's the hurry?" "I am getting the licence to-morrow," said Beale. "And the lady's name is—" "I thought you had noticed it," smiled the other, deftly blotting and folding the form. "Not Miss Cresswell?" demanded the police chief in surprise. "Miss Cresswell it is. But I thought—" "There are circumstances which may be brought to your official notice, Macnaughton," said the detective. "For the present it is necessary to keep my plan a secret." "Has it anything to do with the green rust?" asked the other jokingly. "A great deal to do with the green rust." "Well, I'll get along," said Macnaughton. "I will telephone the Kingston police to give you all the assistance possible, but I am afraid you will learn nothing from the tramp till the morning, and perhaps not then." He took his leave soon after. "Now, Homo, it is up to you and me," said Beale. "You will have to keep close to me after to-morrow. Make yourself at home here until I come back." "One moment," said Homo, as Beale rose and gathered up his hat and gloves to depart. "Before you go, I want you to understand clearly that I am taking on this job because it offers me a chance that I haven't had since I fell from grace, if you will excuse the cliché." "That I understand," said Beale. "I may be doing you a very bad turn." "I'll take that risk," said Beale. "On your own head be it," said Homo, his hard face creased in a fleeting smile.
Beale's car was waiting, but his departure was unexpectedly delayed. As he passed down the stairs into the vestibule, he saw a stranger standing near the door, reading the enamelled name plates affixed to the wall. Something in his appearance arrested Beale. The man was well dressed, in the sense that his clothes were new and well cut, but the pattern of the cloth, no less than the startling yellowness of the boots, and that unmistakable sign manual of the foreigner, the shape and colour of the cravat, stamped him as being neither American nor British. "Can I be of any assistance?" asked Beale. "Are you looking for somebody?" The visitor turned a pink face to him. "You are very good," he said, with the faint trace of an accent. "I understand that Dr. Van Hadden lives here." "Yes, he lives here," said Beale, "but I'm afraid he is not at home." He thought it might be a patient, or a summons to a patient. "Not at home." The man's face fell. "But how unfortunate. Could you tell me where I can find him? My business is immediate, and I have come a long way." From Germany, guessed Beale. The mail train was due at Charing Cross half an hour before. "I am a friend of Dr. Van Heerden, and possibly I can assist you. Is the business very important? Does it concern—" he hesitated. "The Green Rust?" He spoke the last sentence in German, and the man started and looked at him with mingled suspicion and uncertainty. "It is a matter of the greatest importance," he repeated. "It is of vital importance." He spoke in German. "About the Green Rust?" asked Beale, in the same language. "I do not know anything of the Green Rust," said the man hurriedly. "I am merely the bearer of communication which is of the greatest importance." He repeated the words, "the greatest importance." "If you give me the letter," said Beale, "I will see that it is sent on to him," and he held out his hand with the assurance of one who shared the dearest secrets of the doctor. The stranger's hand wandered to his breast pocket, but came back empty. "No, it must be given. I must see the doctor himself," he said. "He does not expect me, and I will wait." Beale thought quickly. "Well, perhaps you will come upstairs to my flat and wait," he said genially, and led the way. And the man, still showing evidence of uneasiness, was ushered into his rooms, where the sight of the Reverend Parson Homo tended to reassure him. Would he have tea? He would not have tea. Would he take coffee? He would not take coffee. A glass of wine, perhaps? No, he did not drink wine nor beer, nor would he take any refreshment whatever. "My man," thought the desperate Beale, "I either chloroform you or hit you on the head with the poker, but I am going to see that letter." As if divining his thought, but placing thereon a wrong construction, the man said, "I should avail myself of your kindness to deliver my letter to Dr. Van Heerden, but of what service would it be, since it is only a letter introducing me to the good doctor?" "Oh, is that all?" said Beale, disappointed. And somehow he knew the man spoke the truth. "That is all," he said. "Except, of course, my message, which is verbal. My name is Start. You may have heard the doctor speak of me. We have some correspondence." Yes, I remember," lied Beale. "The message is for him alone, of course, as you will understand, and if I deliver it to you," smiled Herr Start, "you should not understand it, because it is one word." "One word," said Beale blankly. "A code. Hang." End of Chapter 15. Recorded by Kirsten Weber.